ドラゴン羽の
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the Catfood Bowl Minor hashtag Sweet Wonders. My name is Tips and Tricks here at the beginning of the hour with this top 4 event. I'm an English Richie streamer and commentator, and you can find me at twitch.tv/tipsandtricks, especially Tuesdays. And today I'm joined by Irie. Hello Irie.
Hi everyone and welcome to the Catfood Bowl Minor hashtag Sweet Wonders, the finals, the final day. We will have our top 4 today. We'll see who will take it all. I am also a Richie Mahjong streamer. I'm a VTuber at twitch.tv/IronTV. I also have a YouTube channel with some videos. And yeah, I've been commentating these tournaments with Tips. And it's been always a pleasure for these 4 years. So we have been casting together. And we are excited to bring you these matches tonight.
We're gonna keep this streak going here. If it's exciting before, it'll stay exciting with our top 4 today. So, for those of you who have not been following the journey and those who just want to recap, we started with our top players from the World Mahjong Soul server. They sent in applications, 100 were chosen to play in a 3-day scramble. The best 3 consecutive games during their scramble was their score, and the top 16 players with that score moved on. For our finals, the scores were zeroed out to the begin. Sorry, for the quarterfinals, the top 16, the scores were zeroed out to begin, and they played 3 games on Wednesday. The top 8 moved on from that with their scores halved. We went to the semifinals on Thursday, and they played another 3 games. And we cut their scores in half, as well as the number of players in half once again, to top 4. And that leads us to today, the finals. We've got 3 games to see who will be our Catfood Bowl Sweet Wonders champion.
That's right. We'll be seeing who will take it all, who will get those amazing prizes. They have won so much already, so many amazing hands, and they are competing for some amazing prizes too. We'll be showing them later. But you said that the top 4 moved on and the scores were halved as we went into the finals. And yeah, this is how many points they're going to be starting with today. So.
Yeah. The highlights at the beginning, for those of you who showed up a little bit early, you got some surprise. You got a very nice, well put together video by the backroom people there at Yostar. You saw Red Panda's amazing comeback hand on the very last tile with the red 5 to score that Baimon, as well as a lot of Dora draw from the rest of our players. Of course, those were the highlights, but we collected a lot of Dora in these previous days. So you can see Bobrick here at the top. It's got plus 31.12 today. It was before at plus 62.65, but it was halved. Viact at plus 23.47, Paradigm at plus 19.17, and Red Panda rounding us out at plus 18.72. Less than 15 points between first and fourth. So what does that mean today, Irie?
Yeah, so it means that it essentially is anybody's game. On Thursday, we were watching the semifinals, and we saw, some of these players started at negative points, and the other players had plus 40 or something like that. And, they were able to overcome these differences by winning lots and lots.
I hope those highlights continue through to today. We will keep the matches exciting for you because we also have, a lot of other exciting news. Of course, the tournament is the main event, but they won't be playing for nothing. Our players here have big tournament prizes courtesy of Yostar Games and Catfood Studios. Our first place is that priority pass to the advanced tournaments, the major, the cross-server collaborations, all that good stuff for our winner. The $300 Amazon gift card, 10,000 Jade, a fortune charm for 30 days, the limited champion title to welcome in the spring with those Sakura petals, the limited portrait frame. We've got a physical trophy as well as the special acrylic picture stand. All very nice merchandise there. Second place will be receiving a $150 Amazon gift card, 8,000 Jade, the limited portrait frame, the fortune charm, and the acrylic picture stand. Third place will receive a $100 Amazon gift card, 6,000 Jade, the limited portrait frame, the fortune charm, and the special acrylic picture stand. Fourth place will be going home with a $70 Amazon gift card, 4,000 Jade, the limited portrait frame, the 30-day fortune charm, and the acrylic picture stand. Our 5th to 8th that were eliminated on Thursday received 2,000 Jade, a fortune charm, and the acrylic picture stand. And our 9th to 16th from the top 16 day on Wednesday received a fortune charm. Woo! Exciting, exciting. Our players are not the only ones with the chance to win something though. Stay tuned and keep watching for your chance to take part in lucky draws where you, the viewers, can win prizes as well as gift codes for everyone to redeem for a little bit of an extra boost on your account from Yostar Games.
Awesome, I can't wait to see it. And wow, those prizes for the first place, a lot of really good stuff. I love that title, it looks so pretty. I'm sure they are very excited to get that.
Yep, and we also have a little bit more news. You may have seen with the huge sort of overhaul that happened this past week. A lot of new events, a lot of new content from Mahjong Soul. For those of you who it's been a little bit overwhelming for, we're here to make it a little simpler for you. Of course, we have our first new character here, Hua Yu Qing. She's got her own banner for the summon scrolls, separate from her sister, and that's a little bit of foreshadowing. We can see here, she says, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Hua Yu Bai." And she's the acting leader of the Floating Dreams Theater, but that's not her name, is it?
Yes, so one of the sisters likes to play some tricks on her other sister, and when she talks to other people, she'll introduce herself as her other sister, as they are twins, and we'll be showing who her sister is in a little bit. But for now, let us tell you a bit more about Hua Yu Qing. She will be voiced by Sora Amamiya, who you might recognize. You might recognize the voice if you are a fan of anime or Japanese media. And you can see here that Hua Yu Qing also has some very cute emotes. I like those.
Yeah, she really shows a range of emotions, and as one of the blossoming actors, one of the stars of the Floating Dreams Theater, I'm sure she can perform all those roles very well. You can see her kind of sitting on a bench there in the back, a little sneak peek at her Bond outfit, and she's a fan of opera and rock music. Right, now without further ado, the leader of the Floating Dreams Theater, Hua Yubai, the person Hua Yuqing was pretending to be. Yeah, she knows about all her sister's mischievous pranks, and so she knows exactly why you thought you met her back on Champion Street. But she is a little bit more of a disciplinarian, a responsible sister. She is the leader of the Floating Dreams Theater. You can see her getting ready in the back there on her Bond outfit. A very more calm, focused, serene, and professional looking outfit, I suppose. She's also a fan of opera, but not so much rock music. She's actually an acupuncture fan. I suppose it keeps you young and keeps your skin looking smooth and glowing.
And you can see she has a very elegant outfit. You can also see her emotes. Some of them very intense. I'm sure she is very responsible and serious, and you can see that from her lines. She is trying to be almost like a responsible older sister. Meanwhile, her sister Yuqing is more of the prankster.
Yeah, even though they seem to be exactly the same age. I think sometimes the one who's born 1 minute or 2 minutes earlier will always mention that when you meet twins later in life. I think even in real life, twins I know end up talking about that a lot. Yeah, and you can see from her emotes down there, she definitely has to have a stronger presence at the table in order to keep her sister in line.
For sure, for sure.
And as well as our new characters, we also have the Echo of Rejoicing skin series. They're available already. In the middle, we see Kana Fujita and Zex, both with animated outfits. And on the outsides, we have Sarah and Chiori with their new outfits. I'm a huge fan of Sarah, so I'm happy to see her new outfit here with the grapes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kana and also of Sarah, but I'm a huge Kana fan, so I'm glad to see an animated skin for her. It's gorgeous. I already purchased even. And I also got Sarah's one because it's very cute, very pretty.
Yeah, and you can see Chiori is ready for the new year on the right. She's ready to celebrate, and Zex is ready to go hunting in the winter wilderness. He's all prepared. He's got the fur coat, the sword, and as the hunter, not even just the hunter, a hunter of the Mahjong Soul series, he's got to fulfill his role. He's got to stay on top of the other hunter, Ain and Musa. He's making a name for himself with that animated outfit.
So yeah, be sure to check these outfits out. You can see the animated version of them in the store in the outfit section. And I do believe there's also some other skins
That's right.
that you can purchase, some other outfits.
We have a couple highly requested reruns from the previous Lunar New Year events. They are available in the shop. You can check it out there. It's just shop and then the outfits tab. As well as the Fated Summon for the Lunar New Year. Any Mahjong Soul character who wasn't part of a previous collaboration with other IPs and who wasn't an exclusive character is available on Rate Up. Everyone on their own account. You can even switch characters after you get the one you want if you want another one. You can get a Rate Up for any non-exclusive, non-collab character just by going to the summon section and selecting your fated character for this Lunar New Year. So
I finally managed to get Kavi. I've been looking for her for so long, and I finally, with the Fated Summon, I managed to get her.
Congratulations.
So
Yeah, so it's like Rate Up for everybody, basically. Whew. Now our finals table is almost underway. This was a lot of excitement to begin with, but we hope that you have some energy left over because our finals are just about to begin. Let's have some round of applause for all of our players making it to top 4. And
I'm so excited.
we hope to hear you cheering for your favorite player or players, maybe anyone, as we get into this first game. So, Irie, viewers, Players, let's begin.
Let's begin the first match of the finals. Paradigm, our first dealer.
Yep. Looks like Paradigm here has a pair of West tiles in their hand as well as a pair of 9-pin. A little bit looks like an outside hand, but the 6-7 mon in their hand does not really draw them towards that. On the right, Red Panda has a lot of red tiles in their hand, but also 3 green dragons. Let's see where that goes. Bobrick across the table has a lot of sequences, like 2 completed shapes, a 1-2-3 mon, but also a triplet of 2 so. And then Viact on the left has the 1-2-3 mon and the pair of easts. We see 1 east in Paradigm's hand. Paradigm, of course, wants it more, but if you can't get them, sometimes you gotta let them go. And Viact is more than willing to take that tile.
Yeah, so we see a play here from Viact to pawn the east right away, trying not to let Paradigm have any sort of dealer repeat here. We'll see though. Paradigm just picked up a triple of the 7s. We'll see if they can make it into another triplet. So we might see a Reachy here from Paradigm soon.
Yeah, and at the beginning of this game, I want to point out that all of our players, not just Bobrick, I think everyone started to realize that using your emotes are a very important part of securing your position on the Mahjong table. We saw everyone reacting, responding with their emotes as we get closer to Tenpai here.
Paradigm now 1 away from 3 concealed triplets, potentially all triplets, or maybe even the big 4 concealed triplets. We'll see what happens here. This is already a very exciting hand. Meanwhile, Viac just trying to shut it down. We'll see who manages to get there first.
Yeah, still nobody Tenpai, so Paradigm has a really good shot here. We could start off with a bang. I'm looking for any West tiles, any 3-pin, and any 9-pin. And all the 3-pin are accounted for. Bobrick still has 1 in hand. But 9-pin and West are both completely out there. In the wall.
Yeah, the Dora has been discarded by Paradigm. We'll see. There's still 2 7s as well to be drawn. 2 9-pins. And it looks like 2 West as well. So definitely a very live weight here. We could see something crazy.
So misses the 4 concealed triplets, but might still be worth taking.
Yeah, so this Ricci, you know, the dealer Ricci, when you can't use the Dora, it can be very threatening, so it might, you know, help you deal with the pressure, but this hand is worth a lot of points on its own. The 3 concealed triplets would be very welcome here.
Yeah, although Paradigm would have to draw it themselves. Without drawing it themselves, this hand actually has no Yaku, which is extremely surprising. But it does have a lot of Fu with the Terminal 9-so as well as the Honor West that might become a triplet.
Ooh, Red Panda picked up 2 Doras, and with the concealed green triplet is now Tenpai on 2 5-so. But this could get very scary. You say no other Yaku, but who needs Yaku when you have Uradora? We'll see if Paradigm manages to win this one.
Exactly. In fact, Viact has been scared off.
Ooh, but there it is. Red Panda finds the tile for a 4,000 points too. That's gonna be 1,000, 2,000 from the dealer. Big double. And yeah, there would be a very good start for Red Panda, shutting down Paradigm's dealer and picking up 5,000 points, you know, collecting their Ricci stick to have the first advantage here in the first match of the finals.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Paradigm. So close right off the bat. It gives me a little bit of a flashback to when we started yesterday with Light Pink Yoshi's double Ricci, only for him to end up dealing in there. I guess sometimes the gifts at the beginning are just too good to be true.
The Greek gifts.
Yeah.
We see Bobrick showing some discontent there, unhappy with the Red Panda win, but we'll see. Bobrick could end up pawning these selves here to shut down Red Panda, just like Red Panda did to Paradigm. Unfortunately dropping the White Dragon pair.
I'm wondering exactly just what Red Panda's gonna do with this hand, because the 6-7 so, similar to the previous hand with Paradigm, doesn't lend itself to an outside hand, but the rest of Red Panda's hand is moving sort of towards an outside hand. It's just
I feel like probably the best path for Red Panda to get into Tempa here would be really just be drawing the green dragon, pawning it, and just trying to get that repeat going.
yeah, it feels like, I guess, the best thing to look for. It's all just, in essence, pretty slow here for Red Panda, but that's another pair.
Another pair, potential for all triplets or maybe 7 pairs. Would be a good way to use the Dora if he does draw it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this board. I mean, there are a good number of pairs between our players, but there's also a lot of sequences. This is one of those rare hands where it's actually kind of a mix. A lot of hands are really just one way or the other. But this hand is a fair mix of pairs and sequences between the players.
So we see Red Panda picking up the 9-mon, now a triplet, so you know, it's always great when you have a lot of pairs if you manage to triple up one of your pairs, so it makes the hand a lot better at completing it.
Yeah, although 7 pairs can't use any triplets, so you do kind of have to make a decision at that point. And we're looking at another hand with a ton of triplets. I wonder if Red Panda is the one to get the 4 concealed triplets this time.
We'll see. There's still one north out there to be drawn, but unfortunately the 2 other 8 pins are in Paradigm Sand, so that'll be a bit trickier to complete.
Yeah, Red Panda not calling here. There's not really many Yaku that he can get calling the 8, so 3 concealed triplets is a possibility, but only on a self-draw.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get yourself into that position. You are just 1 away from a Richie, and then you can go for the 3 concealed triplets for the Mangan. Ooh, and Red Panda picking up a Dora does not want to use it. Just discards it.
Yeah, it's always a very interesting decision. There's definitely 2 very different camps of players when you draw a lone Dora, especially when it's in the middle, and especially when it's the 3-so here. Yeah. But Red Panda not willing to use it, trying to be as safe as possible.
Viek now 1 away, just needs a 6. Yeah, there we go. 3-6-9 for the Tenpai, 6-9 Tenpai for Richie Dora. So we'll see. We have seen some crazy Ipatsus recently. For now, it looks like this weight is actually not very easy to find. Only 2 6s left to be drawn.
Yeah, normally this would be a pretty good position for Viact. I would usually like their weight, but it just so happens that Red Panda has 3 of the 9-mon. That happens to be one of his triplets, so that makes it a lot harder for Viac. 2 remaining in the wall, though. It's not a complete death sentence here. Definitely a reasonable shot at taking this hand down for a win. Paradigm's also getting closer to Tenpai, and that 6-mon might come out there.
And depending on what Paradigm draws, Red Panda might want to abandon this hand, you know, given that, you know, you already have an advantage, you don't really want to lose it. Red Panda did come into this game as 4th, right, at 18 points. However, the difference is only 13 points. That's basically, you know, the difference between 1st and 2nd, so that's really going to be the main thing that Red Panda is going to want.
Yeah, I think Red Panda would end up in 1st place here if the scores ended like this. 1st place overall. And you can see, as you mentioned, Red Panda starting to discard safe tiles here. Going backwards in Tenpai speed. Moving away from Tenpai for safety. Oh, but finds another pair, so.
Yeah, unfortunately the 5-pin was discarded earlier, so maybe a bit difficult to complete this hand as it is. However, just folding might be the path here.
Yeah, especially with a Dora this late. Dora doesn't look safe. It's not even Suji here.
It does not look very safe at all, and oh, there it is. Tenpai at the very end for Red Panda. Do you discard the 3 of bamboo?
Oh!
There it is. Wow, a very bold move. You know, could duel in almost at the end of the hand, but you know, it is worth a lot. You do get to repeat your dealer. You get to, you know, get another shot at winning that beautiful Mangan for 12,000. So now first repeat of these 2. You see a pretty Not the greatest hand for Red Panda. On the left, we do see Paradigm with Dora 4, Red Dragon pair across the table.
Yeah, I think the Paradigm with the 4-pin Dora is going to have a little bit of a tough time finishing that hand. The rest of the hand maybe can do an all simples Tanya type of hand if they're willing to call, but it is kind of in bad shape right now.
Ooh, a lot of pairs being picked up by Red Panda. This hand could eventually end up switching into an all simples, or just, you know, a lot of calls can lend itself to a very quick hand.
Yeah, other than Bow Brick, it looks like all of our players are picking up a lot of pairs and triplets.
What's the decision going to be here? 8-man for Red Panda.
Bow Brick is very close to Tempai though. 2 away. And a lot of the weights are very good. Might be able to get the last 4-pin Dora to even add value to their hand.
There's also a red 5-man for more value as well.
Yep, that's still in the wall. No, the red 5-man's in Red Panda's
Oh
hand.
yeah, it's Red Panda. Yeah, Red Panda does have one of the Doras. You're so right.
Yeah. Bobrick doesn't want that pair, and in fact emotes to show just how much he doesn't want that pair of 4-man.
There it is, a very good tile being picked up by Paradigm. Does put him at 2 away now. And yeah, like you were saying, the all simples is definitely a good choice here. We'll see if Red Panda. Yeah, no pawn just yet. Besides, still too early. I can maybe reach this hand.
Act now the closest to Tempai, 1 away. That brings Bobrick just as close, also 1 away.
Bobrick pawns for, yeah, the 1 away. It's a very wide weight, so...
Okay, with that draw, even Paradigm is now 1 away. Some of these 1 aways are a little better than others, but they're all 1 away, except for Bobrick. He's Tempai now.
It's Tempai with a very wide weight, however, it's mostly not available. Most of the tiles are in people's hands, so might be a bit difficult to complete this hand for Bobrick.
No, the Red Panda catching up. This is a very interesting board. If you closed up all the hands, you would see that Act, or Viact and Bobrick have both called tiles. It's harder to read that Paradigm and Red Panda are actually 1 away from Tempai. But you always have to be worried a little bit, especially for a dealer.
Yeah, mostly it's just going to be Bobrick trying to find one of these tiles. Unfortunately, I don't think any of these players would discard the tiles that Bobrick wants.
There's so many though. And yet, as you mentioned, so many of them are being taken by other players. There's still a reasonable amount in the wall, I think.
I think there's 2. 1 7-pin and 1 5-pin only.
I think there's still a 4-pin in the wall as well.
And it's one of these situations.
There it
Oh yeah,
is.
the 1 4-pin. There was one, but now VX does have it. The thing is, the 5-pin might come out from VX hand. We'll see.
Yeah, with this change, we might see it. It's not coming out yet. In fact, that actually puts Viact back in further away from Tempai.
Ooh, Dora being picked up by Bobrick. So now this hand goes up to 3,900. Definitely a nice upgrade.
Yeah, not bad at all there. Even some con opportunities, but I don't think Bobrick would con the 6-pin. 7-so might be doable though. There is still 1 in the wall. Could definitely see Bobrick conning that and trying to catch the after a con, the Rinshan Sumo.
After a con sumo.
Oh, this moves Viact closer, but I feel like this might end up dealing in. Still no though. There's the last 7.
Like, oh, the last 7. Red Panda knocked down by 2 bamboo, and that's gonna put Bobrick in a very, very tough spot here.
Yeah, I wonder if the con still happens. No, it's not happening after Red Panda's Reachy. Bobrick's still scared because it can still deal in. A chance for Paradigm? Yeah, Paradigm does not move to the Tanya. Doesn't move to the all simples because the 8-man was safe there. So Paradigm would rather be safe.
Yeah, the problem with this right now is that Paradigm does have a lot of Dora. Might want to push this hand. Unfortunately, the Tuso would deal in to Red Panda, so currently the player most at risk. Also, Bobrick drawing another Tuso might be in danger too.
That's right, because I don't think Bobrick would want to get rid of his red 5, so... Okay, Paradigm is moving now. Going for that Tanyao Dora 3. But a little bit behind because of the previous discard that they made. We'll see if they keep discarding the dangerous tiles or whether they just fold. Only 2 tiles left. But this is a tough one.
Yeah, the Forso is safe. Oh, Bobrick does go ahead with it. Does not discard the safe tile.
And Paradigm not reaching Tenpai has no reason to risk anything.
There it is. Tenpai for Red Panda and Bobrick not managing to win that Tiny Eldora 2. But we will see them picking up a few little points from the Tenpai payments. And now we're in East 2 repeat 2. 2 Riichi sticks extra. So any hand here, you know, it might be Tanyo only, but it could still be 3,600 points. So definitely a worthy hand.
Yeah, Bobrick here seems to be the only one left with the emote stamina. Looks like everyone else has tired of emoting, I suppose, from the beginning of the game. They put out their courteous emotes. Looks like Bobrick's the only one left with the emotions. I think Chiori has very expressive emotes, so it's the perfect character when you really want to use a lot of emotes.
And Paradigm might not be emoting as much, but he's about to express a very big hand here. One away from Tenpai, maybe half flush.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because Paradigm does need a lot of points here. I mean, overall on the scores, Paradigm is also in 3rd place. The scores are all really close, so I don't put too much stock in them. But in this current game, Paradigm is down over 10,000 points to 1st place. So going for a big hand might make sense.
There it is, another bamboo tile found, the 2 bamboo. Let's put them at 2 away for the half flush. Concealed, you know, it is worth a lot of points. We might see though, just a Riichi. We'll see, depending on what comes out, we might see the half flush though.
Yeah, one negative to Paradigm here is that they already discarded the 1-so at the very beginning, so there's a good chance of the Furiten making them not able to roam if they get Tenpai.
Yeah, we'll see. The 1-so could be cheat as well, to get them closer there, but I'd agree that maybe just a Riichi, whichever way it comes, might be the best option.
Yeah, this is a potential.
That is Tenpai. That is Tenpai on the 2/5 mon. Discarding 6-0. And there it is. Riichi for Paradigm. Very early reach. Concealed Triplet of South does give a lot of food.
Yeah, I like this move. I think it's perfectly reasonable. There's 3 Riichi sticks. Well, there were 2, but I mean, Paradigm put another one in. Either way, there's still a lot of points. There were 2 repeat counters, 2 Honba. And the hand does have room for Uradora and extra Fu, as you mentioned. Like, Easts are not really accounted for, so East could definitely be that Uradora indicator.
Yeah, so for the winning tiles, ooh, it looks like Viac just picked up another one. So there are no more 5s left. They are all in the dealer's hand and in Viac's. And looks like there's 1, 2 left. So another one of these hands where it looks like you have an incredible way, but it's actually only 1 tile that you can draw.
Yeah, tough spot for Paradigm, but it only takes 1. If that 1/2 mon, that last 2 mon shows up on Paradigm's turn, it'll be a beautiful miracle. And I mean, I don't think the 5 mon is safe in Viac's hand either. So Viac getting closer to Tenpai, that might be released.
Yeah, it might be a bit tricky for Viac to get into Tenpai now. It looks like they did discard a bunch of tiles in order to be safer. They do have a lot of Dora, but it might be a bit too far away now. Looks like Viac might just want to defend here. Almost Tenpai for Red Panda, just 1 away.
I wonder if Red Panda would get rid of 5 mon. It didn't seem like it, but it's actually an option here.
And the 6 of circles was safe earlier, and there it is, another one. So this hand can still get tempai by pawning 4 pin or 7 mon and discarding the 7 pin, and we might see that.
Yeah, we might actually end up seeing a Red Panda with the same weight.
Ooh, it is the same weight. 5-2, but also it's a little bit better. The 4 pin also works, and there is one of them left to be drawn.
That's right. And as we caught, and not on stream, but in the highlight video of Top 16, this is the first Catfood Bowl, I believe, where multiple Roan is on. So if Viac does discard the 5 mon, that's going to be an extremely bad time for him.
Bobrick moving one step closer to tempai. Might be able to pawn here or do something to get tempai.
Looks like with this few tiles left, Viac is not going to be risking anything dangerous. But the 2 mon is still in the wall. Where is it? We have 2 players looking for it.
So true. Where is it? Oh, it looks like no draws in the dead wall.
Yep. It is in the dead wall. The 2 mon was locked away. That means somebody needed to con to dig it out of there.
Yeah, no luck. A lot of these hands have just been reachy, and the tiles are just nowhere to be found. So
that does leave a huge bonus pot in the middle. 4,000 from Reachy Sticks, 900 from Continuance bonuses, 4,900 extra points to the winner of this hand.
So basically, just think that all of these players might essentially just have Dora 2 in their hand, just from the bonus points.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Of course, Bobrick actually has Dora 3 right now.
It's so true. Alright. Yeah, Red Panda has a lot of these honor tiles, you know, maybe looking to see if one of them pairs up to speed up the hand, you know, collect those 4,000 points on the table.
Looking around, mostly all I can see are pairs. Bobrick has a lot of good shapes, but not a single one is completed yet. No 3-tile shape done. It's going to slow them down a lot.
Yeah, Paradigm does have a lot of pairs. Maybe 7 pairs is an option in the future, depending if they keep drawing more of them.
Yeah, Bobrick draws 1 pair, discards another one. I mean, Viac does have a pair of Easts and just finished a 6, 7, 8 pin, so Viac might be able to call his way to collecting all these bonus points.
If I'm looking at Bobrick's hand, I feel like one of the better options is go for the mixed triple sequence 1, 2, 3 to, you know, just confirm all these Dora in the hand.
And that's pretty reasonable with the pair of 7 pin that Bobrick has in hand. That would be essentially 5 completed shapes, although in that case Bobrick would miss one of those 2 red 5s in his hand.
I mean, I feel like when you have all of these sticks on the table, any win you can get is good enough.
Yeah, makes sense. And here's a very interesting choice for Paradigm. First to Tempai, it is pairs, as expected. And yeah, I was wondering, with all the bonus points left, do you actually go for the sneakier weight as opposed to the more valuable Dora weight? And Paradigm does choose to do that. North seems like a pretty good tile, although we will say Paradigm is the North player, so the North tile is a little more dangerous against them, but still pretty solid.
Yeah, so one of the trickier parts of the Chitoy, the 7 pairs, and why it's so effective sometimes is that, you know, you might be trying to defend, but the safest tile actually deals in because of how sneaky it can be sometimes. Tempai, though, picked up by Viac on the east only.
Yeah, the 2-pin would not have Yaku. Oh no, for Viac.
Oh.
Viac just not able to get good fortune here on these big Tempai hands.
Viac, though, can still switch into Tempai for mixed triple sequence on the 1, 2, 3 to confirm that Dora.
Yep, that's one way out, and so far the 2-pin will not deal in. It's not safe though. It's definitely a little scary to discard. But with this many bonus points in the middle, maybe Viac will consider it worth it.
Oh, but the east might come out. there's not a lot of guaranteed safe tiles here. The 9 pin might be the play also. Okay, 4 pin.
I wonder if Red Panda ever discards these easts, or whether Viact ever discards these easts, because they might be running out of safe tiles soon.
So the double 4 pin for now, and then maybe we might see. Oh no! This is a disaster for Viact. So getting a completed hand with no Yaku, so cannot win right now. That's unfortunately.
The wrong side. Still 28 tiles to go. If Viact wants the last tile miracle, he'll have to wait a long time.
Surprisingly, Red Panda is not actually that far away from Tenpai though, but they are defending. So the East do come out, and now Tenpai for Viact on the 8 pin.
Yeah.
And looks like there's no tiles left to be drawn. However, this hand could improve.
It's an exciting turn of events here. We still haven't seen any of the Norths, so nobody's really had to make that hard decision about whether to discard the North or not. We haven't been able to see whether Paradigm's wait is going to pay off because we just haven't seen a North yet.
Yeah, but I feel like if Viac draws it, for example, it's definitely coming out.
It seems pretty reasonable considering what they have in their hand right now. I think just about any other tile would look more dangerous.
Well, this actually does deal into Viac right now. The 6 of bamboo being picked up by Red Panda. Just folding now. The 7-1.
Ooh, con opportunity, but it would be a little bit crazy to do that.
One away from Bobrick. Could end up chi into Tempa here depending on how things shake out.
Yeah, Bobrick has made a sort of a sleeper, like an underdog push to try and win this hand. Maybe even get Tempai for points. Actually winning is going to be very difficult for Bobrick here.
Are we going to have 5 Reachy sticks and 4 repeat counters?
Well,
is that what's going to happen here?
There are no more 6-0 for Viact currently.
Ooh, that's a good tile. However, yeah, it's safe, so you just take the safety.
Yeah. The 2 Norths are both in the dead wall.
Oh my goodness.
Not a single one was revealed. So tough luck for Paradigm trying to get out of last place.
Looks like the greedier play to go with the Dora would have actually worked out. And the sneaky North play unfortunately did not pan out. I do understand going for that. It is nice to get a direct hit, especially, you know, if you're trying to get first. Sometimes it's better to try and go for the run itself, to try and knock someone down.
Right. Sometimes it's hard to go for a run, but there are definitely ways to do it, and these top level players here in the Catfood Bowl know what sort of tricks you can do to try and directly hit a specific player. Still not easy, but it's possible.
Well, for Bobrick, it won't matter too much. Already one away, just looking to chi or just get the Tempai any way they can to confirm all of those sticks on the table. I believe that's 6,200 points extra for any win. That's huge.
Did you know that the first round, on the first discard of a round, you actually get 5 extra seconds?
Wow.
I think
I didn't know that.
Bobrick knows that because he uses it to emote every time. He's got his 5 extra seconds on his first discard. Sometimes I wonder if Bobrick gives information away when he does emotes. This is a hand to emote over for sure. It's a very good hand. I think it's even worth calling tiles. Like if Red Panda discards the 3-so here, Bobrick could just snap call it and go to Tempai with all the bonus points on the board.
Viac though, also going to be competing for this hand, pawning the red dragon. Does have the white dragons in hand and the west, so this hand could be actually pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the bonus points in the middle, but Viac could just make a really massive hand, and the bonus points would just be an enormous
Enormous cherry on top.
Yeah, that's right. There's still a white dragon in the wall and 2 green dragons, so still a lot of hope here for Viact. And this is the decision I was talking about for Bobrick. Yep, Bobrick's gonna take that decision.
Yep, there it is. Tempai for Bobrick. Going to be looking for a 5-8 of circles, and Viact also getting one step closer to Tempai, waiting on the white dragon in the west. So definitely a hand that's very easy to get Tempai with. You wouldn't think too much about discarding a west.
Yeah, I think with another green dragon discarded, Viact is probably going to give up on that. Yes.
Ooh, but there it is. The 8 pin does come out on a Paradigm fan, and Bobrick picks up 2,900 plus 1,200 extra for 4,100 points, and the 5 Reachy sticks on top. So that's gonna be 9,100 points, which just Tanya Dora.
9,100 points for Bobrick off of a 2 hand. It was the dealer, but still. That puts Bobrick just in second place, just beneath Red Panda by 900 points.
So definitely what Bobrick needed right there to swing the state of the game.
Yeah, since the dealer won, the repeat counters are still climbing up. Of course, the Reachy sticks were worth a lot more, but this is still 1,500 extra points. Not a small amount.
Yeah, we see Red Panda with Sindora, Paradigm with a lot of bamboo, some nice shapes, and Viact maybe the quickest to Tempai here, as they are able to call the White Dragon.
This is one of those hands where you have to think extremely hard, because every hand is a good amount slower than usual. Obviously we can see that all the hands are slower, but every player seeing that they have a hand that's pretty slow is usually playing more defensively because they expect that other players have a faster hand than them. So far we haven't seen any extremely defensive discards yet. However, as our players move on, we'll see if any of them are really willing to go for it. And so Viact is definitely going for it. The calls speed them up so much.
And there it is, already Tempai on the 2 pin. However, there is a chance that Viact goes for the all triplets, and there it is. All triplets to make this into a very expensive hand. I believe 5,200 points would be the win here with the extra Halma. 6,700, so quite expensive.
You've done it, right? You've called for the all triples. Viact immediately went for the all triples. Bobrick might discard this at some point. Not yet, but...
Ooh, do we see another sneaky Northway?
There it is. It didn't work last time, but really only because they were stuck in the dead wall. This might catch Red Panda off guard.
Yeah, if you have this many Dora, you might really be wanting to go for the... for a hand here. You might discard the North.
Yeah, I don't think Red Panda's looking for 7 pairs, because this is only 2, so I really don't see the North surviving.
Yeah, but however, you know, Red Panda isn't first. Does not need to risk dealing into anything right now, and Viact's hand does look kind of scary.
Yeah. I wonder how many tiles are actually safer. Like, I wouldn't consider the 5 pin any safer to Viact than the North. But Red Panda is somehow making it work here. Discarding the 5 pin early and not dealing in.
Viact thinks about it, switches to the west.
Ooh, that's actually going to be worse. It's actually going to be worse because Red Panda has 2 of them, but of course Viact, no way to know that.
And if you're thinking of defending against a null triplets, you definitely want to discard the one that's been already discarded, and especially the one you have 2 of.
Right.
So it might actually trap Red Panda, we'll see.
Oh, this changes things immensely!
Oh my goodness. Maybe the hand that actually was 7 pairs. Oh no, Red Panda just discards it, does not want to use it.
Actually, Red Panda's just been drawing and discarding. Is this some sort of change of fate whereby Red Panda maybe disconnecting or running out of time that Red Panda's just able to discard the save tiles every time? We
I
have
think Red Panda is probably looking for the mixed triple sequence. However, Paradigm actually got into Tempai. I did not even notice. Pure straight. And that's gonna be 1500 extra on top.
Yeah, it was such a strange tempo, right? It's an open call on one of the rare Yaku, just the pure straight, only worth 1 open. But the power of the 3-so draws a victory to Paradigm, and those extra 5 repeat counters scored.
Yeah, I believe Paradigm was like, that's too many calls. I don't want any part of that. Let's just shut it down and see if I can climb out of 4th.
Climbing out of 4th, not too hard here. Only under 4,000 points to 3rd place. And really under 12,000 points to 1st place, which is what our players are looking for.
Another quick hand here. Paradigm picks up the triplet of the Red Dragons. And yeah, as you were saying, they'll try to climb out of 4th place. Not too difficult. It's interesting because in the past 2 days that we casted this tournament, there have been some explosive moments, huge hands, and this game has had all the potential, but the tension, no one winning any really big hands, but they're all trying to get that win. They all want to be the one lucky finalist to get to be the first one.
Yep, they're looking for 1st place and that chance to make it to the majors, as well as no small feat, no small prize, the e-gift cards and the jade and the fortune charm and the titles and the acrylic figure stand and the big beautiful trophy.
As we got into here, the VX first dealer. See what they can make of this. You know, being the North player, how do you feel about being the North player, right? The last one to be dealer in South 4.
Usually it's really good because you have the privilege, the agariyame. If you're winning in South 4, you can stop and win your hand. And even statistically, it's been proven that the North player has the best chance of winning games. However, tournament rules do know this, and so we are not using that stopping in South 4, the agariyame rule. So you do have to just keep playing on. But it's also not a timed event, so you don't have to worry about missing your dealer as North. Oftentimes in tournaments they're timed, and it's actually bad to be the North player because you oftentimes will miss your last dealer turn. So I think I'd be fine. I'm kind of indifferent in this format. It doesn't matter which dealer slot I'm playing in. Yeah. One advantage you do have is that you do get to clearly see where all the scores are. And you know, when you're behind, you're like, do I have a dealer turn left? Do I have a chance to come back? And as the North player, you always do have that chance to come back because the game doesn't end until you get your last dealer turn.
Yeah, we'll see though if Viac does manage. I feel like one of the bad parts about being the last dealer is that, you know, if you're in last, all 3 players have a huge incentive to just shut you down with any Tanyao, any Yakuhai that you get. So we'll see how it pans out for Viac.
I mean, there's a small chance that Viac can move to 7, 8, 9 mixed triples, but with this triple out of 4, I don't think that's gonna happen.
108 for Viac. Bobrick also sitting at 108 with 2 Dora.
Yeah, oh, interesting discard. Viac going to keep the floating Formon over the wider Ishanten or 108.
Ooh, there it is. Tempai for Bobrick. Also Tempai for Paradigm. The 7-1 being picked up.
Yeah, both players can roam. Bobrick does have Yaku. Even if he didn't reach, he's got that white dragon triplet. And on the right, Paradigm is called a red dragon.
And it might come out now. Viac getting Tempai with a 2-sided weight deals into Bobrick. So a very sneaky Tempai there.
This is a lot
Shadow
of points.
Tempai. Yeah, it's actually 5,200 points. A very huge win here. The 2 Dora concealed the triplet of white dragon. lots of points, putting Bobrick in first and Viak now in fourth. That's Paradigm has got to be happy about that one.
No, I mean, it's okay. I mean, Paradigm being third in this game and third overall, I think Paradigm actually really wants to shoot for a top 2 spot. Of course, there are still 2 more games to go. It's, you know, coming in last or coming in third in the first game is not a nail in a coffin, is not the end of your tournament run by any means. But I think Paradigm probably wants to put in the work to try and catch a top 2 slot here.
Yes, definitely. You definitely want to get first, get second, but when you get 10, you essentially get 10,000 points from the placement switch, and you didn't have to do anything.
Right.
You didn't even have to win a hand.
That is fair. I just don't feel like it's going to be enough for Paradigm in this situation. Like, obviously, Paradigm's not going to be able to do that 2 more times. Paradigm's going to need more than that in the following games if they take a 3rd place here.
Yeah, we'll see. Paradigm might be able to use the door in this hand. The shapes are very nice. 1 away, actually. That 9-1 pickup.
Yeah, Adora would be very interesting. Like, it would look good to Paradigm, but unfortunately Red Panda and Bobrick both holding a ton of copies of both 2 and 3-so, so even if Paradigm got the last copy of the Dora, they would have to really believe in the 3-so. Let's hope Paradigm is a 3-so believer if that happens, because there'd only be 1 copy left for them. Yeah, no reason to call here. No Yaku for Paradigm, even though the 5-pin does make them template.
Ooh, another 5-so being picked up by Bobrick.
That's 3
Bobrick's
pairs
hand is
now.
actually becoming quite scary.
It's worth a lot. It is still 2 away though. Oh, actually discards a 3-so. Interesting discard.
Well, maybe sensing the danger. I mean, Bobrick is actually in first, so the sand is very shiny, but you don't need to win it.
That's a fair point. Although this puts Bobrick in a little bit of a strange situation. The Riichi from Viact right after, meaning the next 3-so, even though it is Suji to Viact, might not actually be safe. It's very close to the Dora, and those Suji tiles that are near the Dora cannot be trusted.
Yeah, definitely very scary. Bobrick does have the green dragon though that tries discarded, so it's guaranteed safe, except against 13 orphans. But I don't think that's gonna be it.
Yeah, the discards on the table don't look like that.
So Viac just looking for the 3/6 mon. It's not worth a lot of points, but you know you never know when you're just gonna sumo and flip the Ura 2.
I do like Sumo Ura 2. Speaking of Ura 2, Bobrick is on 4 pairs right now. 7 pairs is the classic Ura 2 hand. Paradigm moving towards pairs and triplets as well. So, you know, this hand really started like very much sequence based for all of our players. And as they start defending, they start to collect the tiles that seem dangerous, and those ones start to pair up or triple up, and that's how we get here. Paradigm playing very safe though.
Yeah, we have seen Paradigm's play. Definitely a very defense-oriented player, very disciplined. So just going to be holding all of these dangerous tiles.
Even a 3rd, wait, make that a 4th Dora is not enough to convince Bobrick to just go for it. But Bobrick doesn't exactly have safe tiles. So Bobrick might run out of safe tiles. Although I don't think 3-mon is going to be on his list very soon for discarding.
Yeah, still has that north in his pocket. Actually, picking up a pair.
Yeah.
Very safe tiles.
Red Panda collects one of Viact's tiles now as well. Viact still not getting the luck that they're looking for. What are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only 1 tile left in the wall for Viact.
Yeah, Paradigm with his expert defense play.
What will Red Panda do? What comes the 8-pin?
Oh yeah, 3 away from the 5.
Oh, that's the last one.
Oh, the last one.
None left in the wall.
So it looks like we might have another hand going to exhaustive draw. Compared to the previous 2 days, this game has been very tense. However, no huge wins so far.
Yeah, this feels like potentially the 5th exhaustive draw, I think, in the game. It feels like that. I don't have any hard stats. Oh, but Bobrick is starting to move. Not actually tempt, but actually gives the V-Act another draw. I wonder why.
I think they didn't want to be. I don't remember if the last tile was for Viac or who.
Yeah, I think the last tile was probably for Bobrick, so you might be right that maybe they didn't want to have the last draw and have that be dangerous. But it did give Viac another chance to win.
Even though you might have safe tiles against the Ricci, you never know. I mean, when someone might just run you on the last tile because they just randomly found the tempai somehow.
Yeah.
Right.
Could definitely be another player, not just the Ricci player, that could be Tempai. Viact trying to win again. I mean, there's no other choice. Even if you're not getting the tiles, even if it seems tough, you have no other choice but to continue on and keep trying to win your hand. And that's what Viact is doing.
There are a little bit of points extra for Viac's hand. Obviously not as many as before. When we had, what was it? A crazy amount, 5,200 or something?
Yeah, I think it was like 6,200.
6,000, yeah. So yeah, not as many as that, but, you know, still worth it. Viact did pick up a Nate pen, so now all triplets could be a possible. Oh wait, sorry, not all triplets, but just a quick 2 away.
Yeah.
Calling the Red Dragon.
With Red Dragon. Bobrick's hand is moving quickly as well, but no connection to that Green Dragon Dora. That might end up slowing him down. Paradigm on the left has another copy of the Green Dragon Dora. Might end up slowing them down as well. But Red Panda's moving fast.
Yeah, 1 away now for Red Panda.
This is almost Tempai. 1 away for Bobrick. Still doesn't want to discard the Dora though.
Alright, do we have Tempai here for Red Panda? This is possible Tempai.
Yep.
And there it is.
Reasonable. Going for that 3-so power. Oh, Bobrick picks up the second copy!
Wow!
Perfect timing for Bobrick.
This hand is amazing for Bobrick. Just gonna be... looks like it's gonna be a switch. Switching one of the pairs for the Green Dragon pair.
Yeah, and this means if Paradigm discards their Dora tile, Bobrick is away at the races. Tempai, 3 Dora, got their Yaku with the Green Dragon, and it's all good. Oh, immediate deal in!
Ooh, there it is. A very quick Tempai being picked up by Viact, and the run deals into only 1,300 points, but, you know, with a little bit of repeat, does help you get a little bit more distance, you know, between you and Paradigm, so that's definitely great for Viact.
Yeah, both the red and green dragons were pretty dangerous because we could see Viact had only outside tiles called, like a 789 and 999. That means those value honors and honors in general look a lot more dangerous to that, but Red Panda is willing to risk it as the dealer. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Viact, who hasn't really been able to catch many wins this hand, Viact was able to win it.
So Bobrick possibly going to change into null simples here with this pickup. Ooh, actually just going for the very wide weight, possible pure straight.
Yep, maximum efficiency, allowing Bobrick to still use 3-mon here for a completed shape. 3-mon is the Dora indicator though, so this is a little bit of a difficult weight.
No one with a very quick hand except for Viact. Does have 1 Dora, so this white dragon with Dora does help a little bit, and then maybe you set up, you know, for the next round, then you just win a mulligan and you're sitting pretty.
Right, Viact has been using their call ability a lot here. It is an option in the game, the button's there for a reason. But it does mean that most of Viact's hands have been very small. And, you know, Viact honestly did have a few chances to win big hands. Viact recheated a number of times, just none of them followed through. None of them came through for Viact. And so we actually have a pretty close game here coming down, currently in South 3, but coming into all last, the penultimate hand here.
So we do see a switch here for Bobrick, picking up the 5 of bamboo, switching to a possible all simples.
We'll see if Bobrick calls it this time. There's definitely not as many bonus points as last time with the 3-so call. But still a hand that could be called to Tempai.
I mean, in any of these 5 pairs, so here's the thing about when you have a pair that's like, you know, in the inside of the numbers, right, 4, 5, 6, you can keep it around and maybe turn it into a sequence very easily,
Right.
especially when you have a one away like this.
Yeah, so there's a good bit less reason for Bobrick to call. I'd say more reason not to call. But it is still an option. Sometimes the fact that somebody discards a 5 in the middle is enough to trigger like alarm bells that, okay, I need to go fast. And here comes the decision.
Ooh. Choosing not to call there.
Yeah, it is a tough call because Bobrick would only win on the 6-so. Interestingly enough, Bobrick willing to hold a 1 of dots, a 1 pin here over the extra 5 mon.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you start getting closer to, you know, the end of the second row, you really want to try and have a safe tell if you can. So especially, you know, the 5 mon, it is close to the Dora, so you really don't want to drop that later on.
Right, Bobrick risking a red dragon here, but nobody has a pair of it, only 1 copy, so it goes through without any fanfare.
Still just 1 away for Bobrick. I'm managing to pick up any sort of tempai. And so Paradigm is now 1 away. It was already 1 away before, but it was, you know, a very weird 1 away where you don't really have a clear pair and you don't, you know, you're waiting on a trio bamboo potentially. But now with this shift, you can draw the 1 or the 2 of bamboo, and you also have a very wide weight for the pair weight.
Yeah, and we can see Bobrick here with this call takes a different tempai. Of course, still can't reach you because he called, but this way he never has to worry about missing the winning tile. Of course, the 9-so before would have been a win with no Yaku. It would have left Bobrick in Furiten. But this way, the 4-mon is guaranteed Tanya. It's also Dora.
So we do have a tempai here for Paradigm, although I think, you know, when you're playing with red 5s and you don't see any Dora at all, right, there's 7 Dora and you see none of them, you can't really reach you on a bad weight.
Viak not going to discard that 3-so. Currently, Paradigm has no Yaku, so it wouldn't deal in. But with 13 tiles left, we might see it be discarded at the very end. Oh, this should probably trigger, but yeah. Paradigm can't win on it right now. Didn't reach you. There's only 1 left now as well. And there's not really any more copies of the 1-so because we can see Viat call them. Really, all that's left for Paradigm is to switch to a 2-so weight, I think. Or hope Bobrick somehow discards the last 3-so.
Oh, there it is. This could actually end up as a reach. Oh wait, no. There's all the ones are being held by Viact.
Yeah, there's the 2-so weight switch, but with another Dora in hand, you might be convinced to Ricci here, but not Paradigm. Paradigm not convinced to Ricci. The board looks too dangerous. You mentioned no Dora are visible, no red 5s are visible, so Paradigm's gotta be pretty scared here.
Chance to cheat there for Viact as Bobrick switches the tempai to include the 7-mon. However, Viact decides not to cheat. Ooh, and there it is. This might be... Well, this is still no Yaku.
Yep, still no Yaku. Missed a win twice here by not reaching, but you know, you can't judge a game by the outcome. Still feels like a very reasonable decision not to reach you there, but just didn't work out this time for Paradigm, and Paradigm with that stays in last place as we move to South 4.
I mean, there is the chance that you win, you know, a big hand for Paradigm, but there's also the chance that you deal into like Dora 4
Yeah,
from
and
the dealer especially, and that would, I think, when you have a high chance of dealing into something big and a low chance of winning something relatively, medium size, I think it makes a lot of sense to, just maybe wait for a better opportunity.
right. And this is a really good opportunity for Red Panda. 1 away from mixed triple sequences with the 789.
Ooh. Yeah, this is definitely what you want. Mixed triple sequence, so much value. You can use Ricci and Pinfu with it. So yeah, this is quite the hand for Red Panda. One away Reddit right from the start.
Yeah, I don't think Red Panda is going to call a tile here. Like, we could see the 9-so come out from Paradigm, but I don't think Red Panda is going to call it quite yet. Maybe later in the hand.
VX hand does not look that great. Definitely not as fast as Red Panda's. Bobrick, in first place, does not necessarily need to win this hand, although, if Red Panda wins a Mangan right now, that would put them in first.
Yep, definitely not a completely safe lead.
We gotta remember though, the difference between Bobrick and Red Panda right now is 13 points. So even if, somehow Red Panda manages to get first, it's still very important to keep your second so you can stay pretty much even with Red Panda.
That's a huge draw for Bobrick, I think. There's another mixed triple opportunity here.
So this hand could be the mixed triple sequence. We could see Painful as well with the right draws. You really want the 8 mon and the 4-so in that order. But I think if you get the mixed triple sequence, you can even go for the silent tempo. Hope to get it from someone unaware.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, you might want more points here as Bobrick. You don't necessarily need them, but it might be good. Then you really have that insurance. This is a bit scary now. Bobrick has to face this Ricci down.
So Red Panda's gonna be looking for the 9 of Bamboo. The weight is 6-9 of Bamboo, but the 9 of Bamboo does give them 2 more Han. But there's only 2 of them left, so it's way more likely to win on the 6.
Yeah, Red Panda has this mush of tiles. They're not exactly safe, but they're not exactly close to Tempai either. A lot of players are drawing Red Panda's tiles, but there's still 4 left in the wall, so still really good chances.
Yeah, so now 4 tiles left. I mean, 4 tiles is still a pretty good chance of Tsumoing. 1 away from Bobrick now for the 7 pairs. This hand did not look like 7 pairs at all. However, 7 pairs, Tanyal, Dora 2 is actually pretty scary.
Oh, Viact has an extra 6-so. Doesn't come out though.
Oh, but there it is, Paradigm. This card's the 9 of Bamboo, and that's gonna be a very, very tough blow to take. Reach Pingfu. Mixed triple sequence for 7,700. Pretty much a Mungan here. And, it's not a Tsumo, so it doesn't get them into first, but, that's a huge hand to be dealing into in the first game of the finals. If you guys are enjoying it, don't forget to subscribe to the official Mahjong Soul YouTube channel and leave a like if you're enjoying the commentary. And be sure to tune in later. Stay tuned. We will have some prizes for you guys. So I hope you're as excited for those prizes as we are for the finals here. As we go into the final round of the first game, VX final dealer, as you were saying, big chance for the comeback here for VX.
Yep, and the score differential is not even that big. It is more than 10,000 points, but when you're the dealer, that is just 1 Mangan. Paradigm's gonna have a bit of a tougher time, but actually Paradigm might be able to cook something up with this hand that's just as valuable. Unfortunately, the red 5-mon, the double Dora, is in Viac's hand. Well, unfortunately for Paradigm, but very fortunate for Viac.
We do have a 1 away for Viac, and the red 5-mon is double Dora, so dealer with double Dora can never discount them. Paradigm just looking to shut down any sort of hand from the dealer, not wanting to give, a bigger advantage to the dealer. Even though you might not be able to climb out a fort, you still really don't want anyone to win a huge hand.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Paradigm looking for the full flush here. This is kind of what I had seen in Paradigm's hand. This is a hand, especially with the Dora 5-mon, that is worth 12,000 points at the least. If Paradigm can find more copies of that 5-mon, maybe 18,000. But because Viact has the red one, it's unlikely.
Red Panda does have another 5-man as well, so only one left. So I think math unfortunately does not work out. However, even 12,000, you're very happy to take. It would put you in.
Yeah, if it's a
third place
sumo.
if it's sumo. Only if it's a sumo. Although 24,000 point difference. Wow, is this actually just barely okay? Off of Red Panda, it would be enough.
Yeah, actually, off of any player, it would put Paradigm above that player. So actually, any player gets Paradigm into third place if they can get the Hanemon.
So on a win, it's a win no matter what. However, Red Panda sneakily gets this mixed triple sequence tempai. Ooh, what will Viac choose here for the tempai? It is tempai for Viac.
Yeah, I don't think 4-pin is an option. I think it is just 6-mon. But it's not a great weight. Viact is going to go for it, though.
It's not a great weight, but when you only have one shot, you gotta try to go for it.
Yeah, Paradigm has drawn a 4-pin, so that feels really bad. I don't know how Paradigm is going to get out of this one with the 4-pin in their hand.
Well, maybe Red Panda folds and then the 4-pin passes.
That is true. That is one way out. Red Panda doesn't have a great hand, but it is a hand that puts them into first place, so they might be more willing than usual to hold on to this. Yeah, they are pushing some slightly dangerous tiles. Not super dangerous, but they are pushing tiles that aren't 100% safe.
Oh, there it is. One away for Paradigm. Oh my goodness. If this is tempai for Paradigm, somehow the four circles is definitely coming out, and that's gonna sting.
Yep, I think so. Oh, finds it!
Oh, finds the tempai and deals into Red Panda. That's gonna be just enough with the Reachy stick for the comeback into first.
Yep,
well, not
so
comeback, but it's overtaking Bobrick.
Last place coming into these finals is now first place. Moving ahead, I believe actually Bobrick is still going to be ahead of Red Panda. By score, because there is only an 11-point difference here, but a first place in the first game, both momentum wise and score wise, is going to get Red Panda very close.
All right, so that was the first game of the finals. That was really exciting. So much tension, and we'll have to see in just a little bit what the scores look like. But what did you think of that game, Tips?
Whew. It was very much a mystery on where the players were going to place all the way from the beginning to the end. Even in South 4, even the player furthest behind Paradigm had a route, and I mean, that route ended up leading them to ruin. But had that worked, Paradigm would have scored a really big comeback. So it was hard to tell where players would end up the whole time. There were a lot of exhaustive draws. So players definitely defensive-minded in a way. And they're definitely cognizant of which tiles are dangerous and which tiles would deal in. And I think that's what brings you to such a long match, I suppose, with all those draws.
I feel like compared to Thursday when we casted the semifinals, a lot of these hands that had a lot of value, they're not pushing as much because you don't have to beat 4 other players. This is it.
Right.
These are your opponents, and you just have to win over the course of 3 games, right? So, not wanting to give anyone any extra points by dealing in.
Any points you get on the table are points that other players have lost. So, in a way, it's double the effect. Every point you win causes double the difference.
All right, so it looks like we do have the results here. The overall score coming into game 2. we're gonna have Bobrick is still in first, but just a little bit. Pretty much 1.1. Yep, just 1.1
Right.
ahead. And of Red Panda, who's in second, and VAct is going to be at 15.07, and Paradigm at minus 12.33. So it's a 27-point difference between Paradigm and VAct. But Bobrick and Red Panda, we'll have to find out who is going to come out on top between them two.
Yeah, I mean, I still think we have to find out who's going to come on top between all four.
I mean, of course, yes.
Yeah. But you are right that Bobrick and Red Panda do have enough of a lead now where I think that you can safely say that they're favorites. 30 points, especially with our 50-5 UMA, which is not that large. So definitely the points are going to matter a lot more. It does mean that a 30-point differential is tough to make up. But with 2 games left, it's by no means impossible.
Yeah, any win here where, like, you know, you get a 50,000 point game or something like that, you're definitely gonna be either in second or, you know, very far ahead of everyone else.
Right. So our players do get a little bit of a break for the finals. You know, normally when you play in the semifinals, the quarterfinals, there are other tables that need to finish if you finish early. So you kind of get a break mixed in there. But as this is the finals table, our players do get a bit of a break in between the matches, which means it's a perfect time for us to make a lucky draw for all of our viewers. Hope you didn't go anywhere. It's your chance to win a fortune charm. You saw
That's
fortune
right.
charms up there in the prize sections of our top 16. This is your chance as a viewer to win a fortune charm as well.
That's right. So call your friends over, tell them to get in here because they can be the winner of a fortune charm for 30 days. You know, giving you that jade, so maybe you can summon for the faded summon that you want.
Yep.
Or maybe try to get one of the new characters, one of the twin sisters. So, the question for today, if you guys want to have a chance to win a fortune charm, tell me, who are you guys rooting for? I mean, we have some amazing players in the top 4, finalists. So let me know. Let us know who you guys are cheering for. Make some noise for your favorite player.
Yep. I do like a Bobrick's emote game. I am still remembering Red Panda's huge Baimon with the red 5. It's fitting that Red Panda would get the red 5 to squeak in the 4th position on this game. And Viact has been playing very solidly, and so far it just hasn't turned out for them. And Paradigm has been taking the chances that they've been getting. Paradigm just unfortunately drawing a few of the deal-in tiles, so I do think that any of these 4 players is a completely worthy selection. I think they all have a chance to win it, and I think a lot is going to be decided by who can draw the best tiles, you know, as it is in Mahjong. Of course, if you do win, make sure to contact us at mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your YouTube ID. That's the at whatever your name is on YouTube, as well as your Mahjong Soul ID. In your friends list, there's a number that says my ID. When you open your friends list in the Mahjong Soul game, that's the number we need to deliver your prize.
Yeah, so sure, if you're a winner, let us know that information so we can get you your prize. And we'll let you guys know who the winner is soon. Get your last answers in because soon, drumroll, we're gonna have a winner.
Okay. It looks like we have our winner selected. Hope you guys were fast. Make sure we will have more lucky draws, so if this is not you, stick around and you'll have another chance in the future. But our winner, Ajmer, AJMER. Ajmer is cheering on Paradigm, so let's hear it for Ajmer and Paradigm. Ajmer's lucky, maybe Paradigm will be lucky. Congratulations.
Good to see people people are still cheering for the current underdog of the tournament, but I mean, a top four player, these players are amazing and they can certainly turn any game around. They do know how to win those big hands, as they have shown us. So, Paradigm, you got some people cheering for you, Red Panda, Bobrick, and VAct as well. But the winner will be Paradigm for now, for the lucky draw.
So congratulations, Ashmer, and let's hope Paradigm can use that luck to turn things around. So, as we wait for our players to go into the next game, we also have a few other people we'd like to introduce. If you've been watching the quarterfinals, the semifinals, you may have noticed that you have heard the voices of Tips and Tricks and Irie, Catfood Bowl veterans. But we also have a couple new voices that you may have heard. Both had to go a whole day on their respective days. Very respectable, especially for their first time. We have Ichigo and Tenhote here with us for Game 2. Hello, Ichigo. How are you doing?
Hi. I am so excited to be here commentating for Game 2. Thanks so much for having me. I am Ichigo. I'm an English ReachMahjong streamer, plus some cozy games on the side. And you can find me at twitch.tv/0_Ichigo. And I am so excited to be here commentating with a good friend, Tenhote. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. I am super excited. There's new characters in Mahjong Soul. There's new skins. There's new emotes that go along with them. And we're seeing some of the best Mahjong that you can find so far in 2025 here at Sweet Wonders Finals.
Right.
I am so excited to be here.
Yeah, this has been a very exciting event. And so I and Irie will be stepping out for now as we go into our next game. Is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers out there, Irie, before we take off?
Well, I hope you guys are excited. You know, it's still any player's game. So I will bow out now and give room to our co-highs. You know, their first time casting here with us at the Catfood Bowl. And I'm sure you guys have enjoyed their commentary in the past year. Love to hear their commentary, their sweet voices. And yeah, I will be back later with tips. But for now, we're going to go back into the break room to give room for Ichigo and Tenhote. So let's give them a round of applause and welcome Ichigo and Tenhote.
Woo!
Thank you so much, Tips and Irie, for that great introduction. And I think we're still waiting for the games to start. So I kind of wanted to comment on a little bit of what we saw in the last game, especially the amount of defensive plays that we saw were very different compared to the games that we saw prior. And I want to know what your thoughts, especially some hands that really stuck out to me was when I believe it was VAct had 4 Dora in his hand and still decided to fold to a what we knew was pretty much a Richinomi from dealer. What did you think of that very incredibly smart defensive play?
There's a lot of defensive play in this first game because you don't want the point swings to be so large in the first game that you can't make a comeback in Game 2 and Game 3. I think one of the really great defensive plays of that match was Red Panda getting down to the very last draw and discarding the Dora 3 of Bamboo. Really great play there, understanding that it was safe when other tiles in his hand were not. So really great defensive play by Red Panda. Makes sense why they made it into second place there. Still, the next 2 games, I think we're going to start seeing the pace pick up. Probably less exhaustive draws and stuff like that as people like Paradigm need to get more points and need to start fighting for these hands more and more.
Absolutely. And speaking of Red Panda, who was able to sneak up on the very end and win first place, he also had a couple of very interesting hand decisions at the very end, because it was almost like deciding between a potential Tanyao shift or what he ended up doing with a mixed triple sequence shift. And what do you think of play that's like smart like that? Very much, I want to say more like thoughtful, because you don't want to deal in, but you also want to make the most and get that extra 1,000 points.
Well, it's the type of gameplay that you're only going to see in top level play. That sort of sideways folding, as people call it in English. So understanding that you might be able to win a hand, but also understanding if you draw into a bad hand, how do you use your tiles that you have to get to tenpai. So really good play here.
Fantastic. And I think games are starting in just a moment, so we'll look forward to seeing how these players jump into this round. We have first dealer is Viact with our South player as Bobrick, Paradigm in our West C, and bringing up our last dealer in North would be Red Panda.
It's going to be a good match. Some honor tiles kind of clogging up the hands of some players here, Paradigm with the White Dragon and the Green Dragon, but that East Wind might allow them to go and just try and get into the dealership here as soon as possible. Try and play for that meta of getting into these placements by the end of Game 2.
Exactly, and not just Paradigm with the East pair, but Red Panda has the Red Dragon pair, and Paradigm and Bobrick respectively have one extra honor tile of each other's desired dragon. So I think that we'll probably see that coming out very soon, especially as these hands start progressing like so.
Yeah, and what you see from Red Panda here is very good gameplay with a hand that has dragons in it. So he has the ability to open up his hand with the red dragons should they come out or should he draw the other one. But also understanding that he has the 7 Mon for the Dora acceptance there and the red 5 and stuff like that. So with that Dora, you're not just getting a red hand win, you're not just getting a red dragon win, you're getting a lot more out of these tiles.
So we're seeing Red Panda take a little bit of extra time to think about this with Bobrick emoting on the side. And because I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to give up that triple of a 7 of bamboo to potentially go for this pure double sequence, a 7-7-8-8-9-9 shape potential going forward to get that one extra Han.
Yeah, it seems like our dealer Viact is maybe thinking about the 7 pairs. This will be sort of the deciding factor on whether or not they open their hand for the red 5, and they do. Looking for some nice value here and repeats as the dealer.
Yes, it probably looks like they're doing a quick all simples hand. All simples Dora 1, which would be a nice 2,900 point hand for dealer, which would be a great start. Viact is currently in third, so they definitely want to make the most of this dealership.
Yeah, now in tenpai on the 3 and the 4. One of the 4 is stuck in Bobrick's hand, but the others are still yet to be drawn, so quite a good spread of tiles here to be drawn by Viact.
It might look like if it's drawn by anyone, it might be only Red Panda who would be willing to discard, since both Bobrick and Paradigm seem to want to use the 3 and 4 of characters, especially Paradigm, since it looks like he is going for a flush kind of hand, a kind of hand that is honor tiles and only one suit.
Yeah. Really good here. And Bobrick's hand not progressing maybe as they want, but 2 completed shapes and a little bit of, the double-sided action on the 5-6, but finding that 3 is going to be tough.
Definitely. And that triplet of the 5 of dots for Red Panda was very tempting, but with dealer 3 calls out, you are almost guaranteeing that the dealer is in tenpai, and they don't want to deal into this ready hand right here because they don't know how much value's in it. It might be all simples Dora 4 for all they know, since Red Panda only has 1 Dora, Bobrick only sees 1 Dora, nothing is in the pool, so this value is totally unknown to the other players.
Yeah, it's a scary position to be in, and Red Panda is going to find tenpai on 7 pairs waiting on the Dora. Going to be a tile that might not come out, but we'll see.
And Paradigm does draw one of those deal-in tiles, the 3 Mon. And it would fit very nicely into their 1-2-3 hand. They do keep it, so it is still safe. ends up shifting away from a full straight hand, so a 1 through 9, but playing it safe since the 9 was discarded by dealer 3 times. But
Solid defensive play there from Bobrick, breaking up a shape, not trying to push this hand for anything, finding the 6, 7, 8, but deciding against it. An interesting play.
curious why the green dragon has not come out yet, unless they're waiting for the very last tile to discard it. But at the moment, the green dragon does look extremely safe. It has been discarded 2 times as far as I can see.
That's going to be the 7. The Dora coming out from V-Act, and Red Panda is going to scoop up that 7 pairs. Dora to Red 5 for 8,000 points. A nice Mongon to take that from the dealer. V-Act going to have to wait until South Round for their next dealership.
A very nice hand for Red Panda to get that started and to keep his current commanding lead today.
So not a bad starting hand for Bobrick, our dealer here, and seemingly our chat champion. A lot of people in chat rooting for Bobrick here. Lots of emotes being thrown down, throwing out the gauntlet, baiting players into plays that they might not make. Or more realistically, maybe, other players beating them and they're just emoting to stream. But here, getting them some fame.
Honestly, you could do a lot with the emotes. I think it's very personable. It makes Bobrick very, I think, likable to the viewers. And I wonder if all the other players have emotes turned on or off, honestly. Because I love emotes and like watching people emote when I'm casting or when I'm commentating. But sometimes when I'm actually playing the game, I find emotes a little bit distracting, to say the least.
Yeah, especially in high pressure situations like this, you want to just focus on the tiles and the match and all that sort of stuff. But it's gonna be Tenpai here for Bobrick off the Green Dragon Red 5, looking for the 5/8 of Bamboo.
And Paradigm's still working on trying to find a hand. We are working closer and closer. I believe it is 2 Shanten, but we're not quite there yet. Red Panda, similar, has a pair and 2 to 3 completed shapes, depending on how you want to read it. But we are still looking for that last win, and Red Panda will deal in on that 8 of Bamboo.
Nice little 2,900 here as the dealer. You get the repeat, and the game keeps moving in your favor, especially for Bobrick. Not quite is first on that leaderboard there. But only by a little bit, so looking to increase this gap with a lot of repeats and a lot of points, some big swings here.
Definitely looking to probably pawn that red dragon to get another quick hand. Depending on the draws, this could be a very, very fast hand, and maybe even shifting down to a 1, 2, 3 mixed triple sequence. Will Bobrick take it? Yes. Does decide to take the first red dragon call. Wants to extend this dealership as long as possible to make sure that he stays in first place right now, considering Red Panda is just right behind him, less than a full point away. Or sorry, just about a full point away.
It's going to be Tenpai for Bobrick here, waiting on the 3 of characters. If they decide to take it, might still look for the shift down to the 1, 2, 3. In other hands here, not too much progress going on here, but definitely for Red Panda, looking a little shiny over there with 2 Dora. So definitely looking to finish that hand.
V-Act also having shape improvement, getting a 6/7 character weight instead of the 7/9 middle weight, and has another shape upgrade right now, finding 2 double-sided weights. So Ishan 10 or 1 away for V-Act. See what else. Paradigm, again, really playing very strong Mahjong. However, the hands are just not coming quite together for him today. The wall has not blessed him quite yet, but
Not quite.
it's anyone's game.
Certainly. There's, still a lot of tiles to be drawn for this hand. And honestly, V-Act, is currently sitting in 4th, but with a hand that could come together into some nice shapes here.
Definitely. I am worried about this 3 Mon that is in Paradigm's hand at the moment. It's very loose considering they also discarded not just the 1 Mon, but the 5 Mon earlier, first discard. It's very hard to connect to this 3. So if he finds a better shape elsewhere, it might be one of the first tiles to go, especially it's still early in the hand.
It's gonna
Let's
be
see,
hard to find some tiles here for Paradigm. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying it's starting to get a little bit harder because of everyone's open. We are able to see 3 Dora, and also a lot of the 3 pins have been taken, so it's going to be hard to find Viac's last 2 tiles. It looks like. Oh, but they find the 6 pin instead. Will this be a Ricci? Or will they Dama the Pinfu? Wait. Oh, they can't do Pinfu because they are the North Seat.
Right. So a little bit hard decision here, but I'm going to be waiting on that Dora. And Viac, something that we saw in the highlight video at the beginning of the stream there, a player that likes to sit in what in English they would call shadow tempai, so not calling the Ricci, just sitting and letting people think that maybe they're not quite there yet. So a higher chance of other people dealing in, especially with a dangerous tile like the Dora.
Yes, having the Shadow Tempai is great, but unfortunately, actually, let's see, it is North Dora 2, so this would be 5,200 points at the currently, plus the bonus points from being in the middle, being a Renchon or a repeat dealership for Bobrick would bring it up to 5,500 points. Or sorry, I'm miscounting it, aren't I, North? Because they would have a 4th Dora. I am so sorry. This would be a Mungan. So this is a very smart shadow play by Viact. Since there's already a lot of value, don't need to scare other players off, especially with dealer having 2 calls in. I'm not sure if people pay attention to what in Japanese we call sumogiri, but that just means when you discard the tile that you just drew in. And if you look at Bobrick's discard, you can see starting from the green dragon, almost every single tile that has been discarded has been directly discarded from the draw that he just got. So except for that Forso, or the 4 bamboo, which he shifted to guarantee that 1, 2, 3 mixed triple sequence. So if anyone is looking at that, it would almost be a giveaway that dealer is in Tempai of some sort.
Yeah, and this the 2 3s here in Paradigm's hand are quite dangerous here. Something that could come out if they don't decide to go for the pure double sequence here. So it doesn't come out just yet, but could be a double run potentially from both Bobrick and Red Panda off of that 3 of characters. And we actually see that Viact here has a really nice upgrade to the hand from where they were before. So it's another one of those pure double sequences there on the 5, 6, 7 of circles. So very powerful hand. Should they find that Dora, it's going to be worth a ton of points, but not quite. So it's going to be Paradigm paying out the other players here in Noten.
But honestly, it is a much smaller price to pay than paying what would have been potentially a double run on that 3 Mon. So sometimes not winning the hand and paying at that 3,000 points is worth it than comparing to what could have happened in the push. And that is why we see players like this in these top level games in the Catfood Bowl finals, because they recognize the danger and they recognize the risk versus reward, I should say, paradigm.
Absolutely. And Bobrick here working on a full straight, the 1 through 9 there in the character suit. So going to be able to potentially pick that up. It's one of those Yaku that you need very specific tiles to come into your hand. It's not always super possible. And looking around the table, you see a couple of 1s and 2s of the character suit in Red Panda, Paradigm, and Viac's hand. So some potential for that to come together here, but probably going to be looking to complete a floating tile like that 2 of bamboo in their hand.
Oh, and just as you said, very specific tiles need to come in. They just drew one of their missing character tiles, so the only tile they're missing for that full straight is that Tumon, which they can call and then be Tenpai on the 6-9 pin for a Yaku. I also want to pay attention to Viac's hand having Dora 2 in their hand and having pretty much all of their completed shapes. There's plenty of room for shape upgrade here, but they have the 2-3-4, they have an 8-9 in the Monzu characters, they have the pair of the Dora and a 2-4-4 in Pinzu, which can be upgraded to an Anko. And the Anko that got upgraded, so the 3 of a kind, is actually the Dora, which is very exciting. So now Viac has 3 Dora in their hand.
You love to see it, especially whenever the commentators are talking about it and it just happens, you know? You love watching that. So, always nice to get some confirmation on what we're talking about here. But
People love to say commentators curse, and we can say commentators blessing, maybe?
Yeah, 100%. Nice. Paradigm not making a ton of progress here. Definitely has some awkward shapes here. Has like some stuff completed on the like 1 through 4 in the circle suit, but has that floating 6 and stuff like that. That's not going to be anytime soon, sort of like being useful. And then the 3 and the 7 floating, only like probably a 50% chance of those coming together there. But it's going to be the Ricci here from Viac and maybe the Chase from Bulbrick.
That was incredible. So Viac had 2 what we call edge weights. So we have an 8-9 in characters waiting for the 7, and then the 1-2 in bamboo waiting for the 3. Drew one of the edge weights, and immediately the dealer draws into Tenpai into a ready hand on the tile that Viac is waiting for. So currently we see 2 in dealer's hand, 1 in the discard pile of Paradigm. So there is only 1 7 of characters left that I think is in the wall. And there are, let's see, coming out, we can see 3 of the 9 of circles, and we can see 2 of the 6 of circles. So there are 3 tiles left for dealer to draw for this Ricci Pinfu plus 1 Dora hand.
Yeah, sometimes with these high-level players, you know, the tiles don't always come out of people's hands and stuff like that. You know, people are very defensive. But also, you do sometimes see an amazing draw power from these players. They just seem to find tiles whenever they shouldn't be able to find them statistically. So anything can happen here in these last few discards.
I just want to make a note that Red Panda has drawn the very last 7-mon, so there are no more 7-mon left in the wall for Viac to draw. It would have to be discarded solely by Red Panda.
Yeah, tough situation
Bobrick.
to be in.
Go ahead.
Only 4 draws left. Going to be looking to stay in Tenpai and not deal in is Viac.
Liam Bobrick is continuing his very strong emote game.
Oh! Nice! Finds the sumo. Found the 6. So that's going to be Ricci. Sumo Pinfu red 5. No Oradora, but still a very nice 7,800 point hand. Keeps the dealer
It's
seat,
like
takes
he
the Ricci
knew.
stick. Excellent.
It's like he knew he emoted just in time to draw the sumo.
Absolutely excellent. The chat champion finding the right draws. You'll love to see it.
So we are still in East 2. We have 3 repeats, meaning there's 900 extra points in the pot to whoever wins this next hand. Bobrick having no actual Dora, but having 2 of the red, the Aka 5s, the red 5, which is very exciting for that. Otherwise, it's a pretty slow hand, lot of middle weights, and so we'll just have to see how this hand develops.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in, but Viac not looking too bad here. Has the potential to find some of these closed weights and stuff like that. Now in Tenpai for the 2 of bamboo.
7 of bamboo.
Sorry, 7 bamboo. Yep.
Yeah, and Red Panda also having a pretty fast hand as soon as this East comes out. But to get into Tenpai, he would have to discard the Dora North, which has not been seen yet. So it's always scary to throw the first live Dora honor tile because you don't know if someone's going to pawn it, and then you are suddenly staring down at a Mangan.
Yeah, it's always super scary, and VAct gonna find a little bit of an upgrade here to all simples, drawing that extra 6.
Stay silent. I'm not sure if this is the correct play because of the point situation, but maybe he's just looking to upgrade. If he draws a 5 of bamboo, for example, then he could upgrade to a pure double sequence in the 4, 5, 6 of bamboo potentially, which would make this a much higher value hand, or shift into what might look like a full straight in the circle tiles.
A lot of potential routes for that hand, absolutely. It's Red Panda still waiting around for the East Wind here. Haven't, seen any of those come out yet. Still in the wall, still to be found. So a potentially faster hand for Red Panda to keep things moving and get these dealer repeat points for themselves here. But not quite coming out yet.
Very nice draw for Bobrick on that 4 bamboo, and decides to discard the 7/8 two-sided weight in favor of the 6/8 middle weight. I'm not sure what the decision was, but I guess he knew it was the right one because he drew a pair immediately of the 7 of characters right after. Some of these characters, as you said, some of these players have incredible wall reading skills.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's interesting here too, as a playstyle thing, as we're sort of watching more and more of these players. Something that you're seeing here with sort of like the Northwind coming out from Red Panda in the second row. Definitely the kind of player to hold on to that Dora for a long time, trying to find a pair of it and stuff like that in their hand. So an interesting gameplay style for the viewers at home.
Absolutely, and who knows, maybe if Red Panda did not discard that North Dora, maybe Bobrick, the dealer, would have kept that Dora. And now Bobrick is facing a Ricci from VAct with this Nun-cut East that Red Panda has been waiting for this whole time, but I don't know if they will call it now that we have a Ricci from VAct waiting on the 2/5 of circles and immediately Ippat Sumos. Incredible. So reach Ippat Sumo Pinfu. No Ura, but that's okay. 5,200 points, 1326, plus the 3 repeats. So it becomes 1629, which is exactly the hand that VAct needs right now to get him back into the game.
Yeah, now definitely within distance of the other players here is VAct. So we might see something similar from Paradigm. This opening hand, not exactly what you want to see as Paradigm, as this first dealership, especially with VAct with a triplet of the Green Dragons to start out here. So might be a very short dealership for Paradigm, who really needs a good one right now.
Well, there is still one more for him. I thought VAct might actually try to go for a half flush, but he might actually just go for whatever is fastest right now to rack up those points, since he just drew an Anko of the 5 of bamboo and a pair of the 8 of circles.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what these players try to shift into, because at the start of the hand, you always sort of think about what you're going to be doing and what the game plan is, but being able to adapt and go for different Yaku on the fly, that folding sideways that we've been talking about, is what sets players apart, and it's really cool to see it on display here.
Absolutely. Paradigm holding on to this 1 East because it is currently East round, and as current dealer, East is worth 2 Han if he can get an Anko of it. However, Bobrick has a pair and is looking to probably quickly pawn that East to keep his lead. Mm-hmm. So all these players are playing for their own goals and their own hopes, and there's a lot on the line here with this is being the championship round, the final round. There's only 2 more games left, and lots of prizes on the line.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Bobrick deciding not to pawn the first East Wind that comes out here. And it's going to be Red Panda deciding between an Anko and 7 pairs here. It looks like they're going to take the triplet of the 6
We are 2 away for Red Panda for a Yakuman of 4 concealed triplets. I am curious to see if we'll get another one. The 9 pins, unfortunately, are locked in Bobrick's hand, and I don't see any 2 pins out, so that's still a possibility. There's 1 Formon in Bobrick's hand and 1 Formon in Paradigm's hand, so unfortunately there will not be a sumo of that unless he decides to change one of his pairs.
Mm-hmm. Finding the Dora's V-Act is going to be a big hand here. Lots of triplets in that hand, 3 concealed triplets there. So it's going to be a fully concealed hand, Green Dragon, 3 concealed triplets, and 2 Dora. For that Hanemon, the comeback is real for V-Act as he ascends into a very, very close second place here.
Great play by V-Act. Especially, once again, keeping that silent tempi because he was waiting only on the Dora hand, the Dora tile, and people know if you're waiting on something, they would likely not discard the extra dangerous Dora. So we are moving now on to Red Panda's first dealership with an excellent second draw, which was a triplet of that 5-mon. Having 1 Dora in his hand plus an Akka, it's a good start.
Well, this is where we start to ask, chat, do you believe in miracles? Because Paradigm looks to be going for 13 orphans here in this starting hand. A hand that's incredibly hard to get, very low percentage chance. Does have the option to fold should, things not go his way here. But definitely a super hype hand should we see it come out.
And he keeps drawing in extra tiles. It could also be a all outside hand in a Chitoy. A lot of hands that start with potential 13 orphans weight end up collecting a lot of pairs of these outsides. So you try to balance both options for as long as possible. So like right now, oh, interesting. Decides to go for the 7 pairs, I think, right away. I've said drew a pair of the 9, so didn't want to discard the pair of 2 of characters, and decides to go with the West and give up on the 13 orphans, but maybe go for a Chitoy 7 pairs.
Yeah, it's a fair decision. And I am, of course, a big believer in 7 pairs, so I have no complaints there. Would have loved to see the Yakuman, of course. But I think with that shift to the potential 7 pairs here, it might be Red Panda finding this hand just a little bit closer, needs to fill in that double-sided weight on the 1/4 of characters, and then just slam Ricci to try and get back into this game.
Absolutely, but no one's out of it yet, not even Paradigm. And Bobrick also quite close, holding a lot of extra honors and decides to cut the triplet of the 1 of circles. And I'm curious about that decision compared to maybe one of the White Dragon or the Red Dragon, considering his hand progression seemed to be going very well. What do you think of that decision?
I think Bobrick of all the players is probably like the most enigmatic player, so some of the discards and stuff like that come out end up in their favor, but also at the time, they're thinking long distance, you know what I mean? So, but it's going to be the Ricci coming out for V-Act, and going to be waiting on that 1/4 of Bamboo, which gets drawn by Bobrick, but I don't feel like that comes out.
Definitely not, especially not with a potential White Dragon pawn. Oh, decides to discard it and maybe go for a 7 pair himself, a shift. Far-fetched, but does have 3 of them, so you can never count that out. Red Panda here also deciding not to force this hand and play a little bit safer. Was cutting the 9 of circle pair to shift to a fully all simples hand because he drew a pair of the 6 of characters. Might still do it, honestly. Might still try and play this hand and play around the Ricci. We'll see if there is a eventual 9-pin discard.
Yeah, it's a very shiny hand for Bobrick here, and all of those tiles definitely useful in their hand. A little bit scary to drop the 5 of Bamboo as well because it's connected to the Dora. It's a middle tile, all that sort of stuff, but it still would be a great push here into this Ricci should they find a little bit more in the rest of their hand, especially with Redora.
So unfortunately for VAct, it looks like there's only one winning tile left for them in the wall, and that'll be the very last one of bamboo. Because there's all of the four bamboo, the Dora is in other players' hands, and Paradigm actually has 3 of the one of bamboos. So all these players very skillfully trying to dodge this win. Oh, and Paradigm draws the 4th one of bamboo.
Paradigm collecting all of the birds, saying, "These are mine. I'm starting a bird sanctuary. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue folding."
Absolutely. This is what I wish what we call Kansai Chitoi or Chitoi when you have all 4 copies of one of the tiles exist, because that would be so funny to see a Tenpai hand and seeing your weight be all 4 in the other character's hand, other player's hand.
Yeah, it's a sad time, especially, it's a similar situation to watching someone else do a closed con of your single tile weight. So, those painful moments do happen in Mahjong, but there's enough beautiful moments that happen here. Exactly what I was saying, the closed con of the 1-so coming out here. VAct just kind of has to watch it happen, but gonna be no 10 from everybody else, and the payments go to VAct, and they get their dealership back here. So now in first place is VAct, hoping to widen the gap a little bit here as well.
And people might be wondering why they chose to con, why Paradigm chose to con at that moment. And it was likely because with the current draw order, VAct was in Ricci, would have had the very last tile, so have potential to get Haite or Under the Sea. However, by conning, you reduce the amount of tiles in the pool, and so it actually gave the last draw to Red Panda, which I think was a very smart move in limiting potential damage. Because if they did end up winning on that very last draw, well, that is an extra 2 Han.
Yeah, it is one of those defensive plays that, while the con button is often seen as like a hype machine and everybody wants to press it because it's a big shiny button, there are good, smart uses for it as well. So, you learn something new every day. So, yeah.
Yeah, all of these hands looking slow, with Red Pandas looking the most almost like a hand. A lot of honor tiles and kind of floating tiles in everyone's hand. Bobrick also having a decent shape in the bamboo, but still needs work in the Manzu and Pinzu shapes. But does get a triplet of the 7 of circles to help his shapes.
Mm-hmm. Coming into the south round here, should things remain the same, these standings are going to be a widening of the gap on first and fourth place for Bobrick and Paradigm, getting more points there, and VAct probably getting close to Red Panda's number and stuff like that. So a very tight game 3 and stuff like that for the top 3. But still, plenty of game to be played. Red Panda going to be the last dealership of this South round and stuff like that. So lots of time to fight back and come back and take one of those first or second places and widen that gap even more.
I did confirm before this stream started that there has never been a Yakuman during the finals of Catfood Bowl. So I am hoping that today is the day we see a Yakuman in the finals of Catfood Bowl. Just a random question for people in chat. Please let me know your favorite Yakuman. I would say mine is probably Ryuiso, so all greens. How about you?
That's also Tips and Tricks' favorite Yakuman, I found out the other day. So it's something you guys have in common. He uses the 3 of bamboo, which he's all about. Just to mention it now, the Ricci for Bobrick, waiting on the 3-6 of circles. Not many to draw here, and gonna be a hard weight to find if it comes out of somebody's hand. Personal favorite Yakuman would be 7 pairs counted Yakuman. It can happen. It would be fantastic, So we'll see.
That I have never heard of that, but I would love to see it. That is incredible. How many door indicators would you need?
I think technically you don't need any because it's like full flush, 3 red 5s. Like there's like a bunch of like 2 for like 7 pairs, like all that sort of stuff. Like and then Uradora and all that sort of stuff. Sumo, Ricci, all that sort of stuff. So you only need technically the one, but yeah.
So looking again, everyone has everyone's weight. So Bobrick only has 1/6 of circles left in the wall to draw. Every other weight is in their opponent's hand.
And Viact having some good flow here, and a very, very shiny hand. The potential to open the hand there, decides not to. I'm gonna try and wait on these shapes here. Could even be something as huge as like a 3-4-5 mixed triple sequence with the pure double sequence. So this hand could get very, very big, very, very fast. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. And they could also pawn, they can also chi either the 2 or the 5 of bamboo, especially, or the 4 of circles, and end up getting a all simples hand to just make Tanya all simples, Dora, or which would be a wonderful 12,000 points for Viact to try and make up that point differential between him and Bobrick and Red Panda. And Bobrick emoting, wondering where are his weights. Well, unfortunately, your weights are all in your opponent's hand. There is exactly 1 draw left, and we'll see if he has wall red well enough to get it. And unfortunately, that would be a no.
There's not going to be a pawn there. The Dora from Viact going to drop the red dragon instead. Decides that maybe that 9-mon is just like a little bit too spicy based on the rest of the table. But very solid defensive play means that they aren't going to hit Tenpai there, and the game keeps moving and they lose their dealership. So another example of maybe defensive play. You have to know when to push and when not to. Very hard decision there, all the same though.
Yes, and now we have South 2 Bobrick's dealership with 2 Ricci sticks and 2 repeats in the table, so 2,600 points. And dealer starts with a Anko of the West, which is not their Yakuhai or not their honor tile, but it's still good for confirming a shape. Paradigm having a very quick shift to a half flush, having a set of 3 of the North Wind and calling a set of the South Wind, and Paradigm being double South, this can be a huge hand for them.
Yeah, a lot of points there, and a huge upgrade here for Bobrick finding that double-sided weight on the floating 6 of characters here. Kind of a weak shape with the 7-8-9 right now, like the potential there to fill that closed like side weight, as they say in English. But should they find that 7, it's going to be a triple-sided weight, which is huge acceptance, especially as the dealer. So potentially really nice hand here for Bobrick.
There's also the issue of Bobrick's kind of missing a pair, so an ideal draw would actually be to pair up this 8 or 9 of bamboo, or maybe this now 6 or 8 of bamboo, so he can have that 3-sided weight on the 1 for 7 of circles going forward. While the 1 of circles might be all locked up in Red Panda's hand, but the 4 and 7 are still quite live. Oh, and there is the pair backfire.
Yeah. It's a hard call because there's a 6, an 8, and a 9 already sort of out there in the discard pile, so it was just kind of dealer's choice at that point. But it's going to be Viact hitting Tenpai here, waiting on the 6 of characters.
Another silent Tenpai for Viact. Maybe looking to wait to upgrade. Once again, waiting on that middle way right near Dora. It is considered to be an extremely dangerous tile, I would say, and so unlikely to come out if there is a Ricci.
Very true. It's VX playstyle, I would say. We've seen a lot of these Damaten, as it's called in Japanese, or Shadow Tenpai sort of plays. So those dangerous tiles, it makes them a little bit easier for other people to discard. And in this case, there's only one in somebody else's hand right now, so very solid draw potential here for VACT, even just waiting on one tile.
Absolutely. And Paradigm draws it and discards it. Does not fit in his Sozu hand. And unfortunately, that puts an end to Bobrick's dealership and an end to potential comeback hand for Paradigm in South 3.
Yeah, super tough there, especially with Bobrick kind of gatekeeping the 6 and the 8 of Bamboo from that half flush, sort of understanding what Paradigm was trying to go for there. So the idea of Mahjong being sort of like more than just the x-axis of push and fold, there's also like assisting and denying people for their Yaku and their draws and stuff like that. So very, very solid gameplay there from Bobrick denying those tiles.
Absolutely. And Paradigm, as dealer right now, drew a crucial edge weight tile in the 3 of Bamboo to now have a very wide Sozu acceptance weight. And actually, this is a fantastic hand for dealer. It is very close to just being Tenpai, maybe 2 Shanten or two away from being able to win. And drawing another crucial tile, filling that 6-8 middleweight. Incredible.
Maybe some of the flow has shifted. We don't know. We could see it happen. Especially because a 4th place here for Paradigm is going to be really, really rough. They're going to need, like the biggest game 3 of all time should they take 4th place here. And now as their dealership, it's the last stand. It's the last chance to, fight back in this game. So these tiles coming in, great look for Paradigm here.
And that was also a very nice draw with that red 5. Still looking for a pair, but lots of different opportunities. And Viact finally discarding that green dragon Dora that was not useful in his hand, immediately followed by Bobrick, who was like, well, that's safe. Okay, I'm cutting it as well. Looks like Red Panda might be aiming for a 7 pairs hand. Currently has 4. But that will be Tenpai for Paradigm. Finding the pair in the 9 of circles, waiting on pin food 2-5 mon.
Yeah, and all of the 5s are in other players' hands, and one of the 2 of characters are in other people's hands. So slim chances, but if Mahjong Flow believes in Paradigm, maybe we'll even see something like an Ipatsu draw. You can only hope if you're a fan of Paradigm.
You only need 1 tile to win. You don't need all 8 copies. So.
Absolutely. No Ipatsu, but not the worst thing in the world. Bobrick probably going to look to fold or change their hand a little bit here with that south drop. Decide not to take it for themselves. So seeing a little bit more defense here now with this dealer Ricci, especially you don't want to deal into the 4th place dealer Ricci. So
absolutely not. No one here wants to lower their point total, considering the fight for 1st through 3rd is so close right now. With Viact in the lead, but in 3rd place in the standings, this win would bring him up quite high, almost, I think, into the mid-30s at least, potentially even higher. So, very close game, truly. But if you're Paradigm, you really want to sumo this hand and hit everyone, as well as continue your dealership.
yeah, there's something to be said about quote unquote increasing your sumo power. Maybe getting other people to deal into you with Suji traps and different things like that is more powerful. But being able to draw what you need is the essence of Mahjong.
Viact fighting that 8 mon, which does make him Tenpai for 369. Also finding a third copy of that 2 mon.
Yeah.
And there was the immediate deal-in by Bobrick to the act on that silent tempai.
Well, Pin Funomi, but it keeps the game moving. It shuts out Paradigm pretty definitively here, unless we see some sort of giant Yakuman. But, you know, there's always the little chance of like a huge game 3 for Paradigm, bring them up in the standings, all that sort of stuff. So it's never over till it's over in Mahjong.
Very unfortunate for Paradigm, but again, there is still game 3, and their Yakumans exist for a reason. They exist to win. Red Panda drawing a great red 5 characters to fill in that 4-6 middleweight, almost 2 Shanten, I believe. So having a nice pair in the North, and then several 2-sided weights here. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
and-
going up the North.
Very, very nice to find that triplet there. One thing that I do want to point out is the decision here from Red Panda to drop the 8 of characters there. Having that sort of 5-tile shape is something that some people decide to keep, some people decide not to, depending on your playstyle, because it's the 4-5, but it's also the 4-6-8. So kind of like missing that double-sided weight in the 4-6-8 is something that a lot of people can do, especially like early on. In this case, not a miss, just going for more efficient, efficiency here for tile acceptance, but something to look out for in your own games.
Absolutely. And if he's looking at the 8 or the 4 of characters as what we call floater tiles, the 4 can accept way more characters or way more different types of tiles than the 8, which can only accept a 6, 7, and 9, or the 4 can accept a 2, 3, 5, and 6. There's also a chance for that pure double sequence in the 4, 5, 6, depending on draws here.
Yeah, it's Bobrick, who's still pretty far away with all those honor tiles in their hand. I suppose happy to just fold and keep second here, especially now in South Floor and stuff like that. Already in first place, Red Panda now in third place, so that gap will widen between the 2 current main competitors here in first and second. So gonna be probably a fold from Bobrick and a push from at least Paradigm and Red Panda here, as we see the Richie come out, waiting on the 5-8 of circles.
That is so unfortunate. I was just going to say, it looks like this might be a 5-8 of circles wait for Red Panda, and just like every other hand that we have seen, it is being completely held by the other opponents. All 4 of the 5 of circles have been drawn, and 3 of the 8 of circles. So there is exactly none left in the wall, because the last 8 of circles is the Dora indicator.
Absolutely tragic. You hate to see it. Red Panda still has a chance if somebody else decides to, push here, but man, it's a tough situation to be in here in all last.
Yes, and also it is extra unfortunate that every other player can use their 5 of 8. So there might have been a chance that one of the players was willing to push against this Ricci, but even if they did, it would not be with the deal-in tile.
Yeah, tough, especially because the 8 being that Dora indicator, it connects to the Dora, similar to what we see in Paradigm's hand and stuff like that. So realistically, unless you see like another Dora come into Paradigm's hand, you probably won't see the 8 of circles drop.
Definitely. We could see a chance at a con, though. I don't see... Oh, no, I do see the last North. It is in Paradigm's discard. So I think the most likely outcome for this hand is we're going to probably go into exhaustive draw. Red Panda is going to repeat their dealership and roll again, essentially, and see what comes next. But I think it's incredible. This entire game, I've not seen something like this before, where almost every Ricci has all of their weights being held by other players, like, consistently. It's wild.
Yeah, there's like a sixth sense about it. You get into these, like, what would you discard situations, all that sort of stuff. There's plenty of, literature out there about it. A lot of people study those just for these types of situations. Where you're in all last, you need to know exactly what's safe, exactly what's not. So keeping these tiles is just another sign of good play from these players.
Yeah, do you think any of these players are trying to fight this Ricci?
At this point, probably not, especially with only, 4 tiles to go here. So there's not really an opportunity for Paradigm to get into Tenpai, all that sort of stuff. VAct is totally happy with first place. Bobrick similar with second place. So not, any clear reason to push into this, especially whenever there's just going to be another repeat. So with that repeat, it's going to be Red Panda collecting 3,000 points. So that gap getting a little bit closer, but not quite exactly what you might have wanted from that Ricci, but still a positive outcome. Opening hand doesn't look too terrible. Has the floating tiles on the 3 and the 7 of circles here. Definitely things that can get matched up with other tiles, become double-sided weights and stuff like that to sort of accelerate this hand.
So what I did just do with some quick math, I noticed that the difference between Bobrick and Red Panda is exactly 7,700 points, which is dealer 340. So if he gets that from another player, that means they will end up tying at this moment with one more repeat. So Bobrick wants to do his very best not to let Red Panda overtake him in this Hanchan. And Red Panda actually has a pretty decent hand and is going to probably try and reach you, or maybe even silent wait if this all simple hand pans out. But 340 is not a difficult hand to achieve if you have a closed hand plus red Dora. Right now it looks like it could be all simples, Dora 1, maybe even Dora 2.
Yeah. Paradigm has a good enough hand for like a normal hand here, but nothing special that's going to dig them out of this hole at the moment. So it is looking like a 4th place for Paradigm, but could still gatekeep Red Panda a little bit here, as we were talking about with that sort of denial of tiles.
Also has a goal of trying to win a fast hand here, because just being in second place puts him in a very good position in the last game. Yes, V-Active gets first, but Bobrick would widen his lead and keep Red Panda in 3rd place.
Yeah. Red Panda thinking about this discard. It is all last. It's a big decision. The 6-mon is what I probably would have dropped there as well. Wait on this Ryoncon, this sort of like shape of 3 tiles with 2 spaces in between. Especially if you find that double-sided weight there in the circle suit. You can throw either the 4 and wait on the 7, or throw the 8 and wait on the 5, and Suji trap a little bit and try and get a victory that way.
There's even potential. So if Red Panda cheese one of the 5-mons or the 7-mons, then they can beat Tenpai on the 2-5. And if that is discarded directly from Bobrick, that would be enough to switch their point difference, because it would be 4,200 points with the 13 points in the middle. The 1,300 points in the middle. So that's also a very interesting consideration.
Yeah, it's all in enough chance for Red Panda to try and find that here. Paradigm considering options. Looking like they're probably going to fold or just move towards something else here.
I'm just so excited for this next draw. I'm like waiting for each and every player's turn to see, well, what's going to happen next. Because VAct has a very interesting shape in the characters as well. That like 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7 shape, which could end up being a 6, 7, 8 potential, or they could end up with a 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Like there's so much potential that can go there with one of the 3 of bamboos as well.
Yeah. Bobrick still folding a little bit here. Has some solid shapes in their hand that should they decide to, they need to make a decision here, especially if you see like Red Panda making a run for it, so you might want to try and finish your own hand here, and get that win before the other player, right? So Bobrick going for that.
Incredible draw for Bobrick just now, with the 7 of circles filling in that 6-8 middleweight, getting him 1 away from Tenpai. And Bobrik, if he gets into Tenpai, might just be tempted to do what we call that silent Tenpai, since again, he only needs 1,000 points, and this would be essentially a Pinfu +1. Draws the red 5 of bamboo. It is painful, but will likely just throw it back. It doesn't seem like other people are ready yet. Oh, decides to play it safe actually and toss the white dragon.
You know, I'm surprised there was no emote there.
I think Bobrik has been slowly emoting less and less as this situation gets more intense. He has less room to emote. Oh, but it will be Viact who finds Tenpai first, discarding none other than Dora, waiting on middleweight 8 of characters.
Discarding the 3.
Oh, and Red Panda
another
draws
8.
it immediately. I highly doubt he would deal in, but that does look like... Oh, will Panda does decide to call and make Tenpai for himself on the 2-5 of circles. So there's still a chance of a dealer repeat for Red Panda.
I have a good feeling about this dealer repeat, and hopefully they end up finding it here in the last few discards. South 4, it's the only chance
and there
for
it
them.
is from Bobrik, probably. The 2-pin just passed. Oh,
Not quite.
great sense.
Wow. All right. We'll see what happens here in the last couple of discards. One still to be drawn here by Red Panda, but not quite. So it's going to be Tenpai payments to Viact and Red Panda here. Still in it, still going strong is Red Panda. So only, around 4,000 point difference between Red Panda and Bobrik right now. Very little that they need to do to get into second place right now. So very much still anybody's game, going for that top spot as we head into game 3.
So 2 things I want to point out immediately is that Viact, being first place, has decided I don't want Dora, tosses a North Dora immediately to give other people less chance to draw a pair of it. Does not want that potential Mangan bomb in this all last round, especially with 2,600 points in the middle. Additionally, Red Panda has 2 red dragons, which usually would say this is a very fast hand, you just take the red dragons. But Bobrik has been having a habit of keeping what we would call emotional support safety tiles. So tending to keep 2 extra honor tiles. But bite my words, discards it immediately. Will Red Panda call it? Red does not call the first dragon.
No, he gets rewarded
because
for it.
they knew.
Yeah,
they
just
knew.
Draw the right tile. Easy.
Just draw the right tile. Incredible. So, Dealer Ricci, turn 4, waiting on a double-sided wait, 2-5 of circles, and for once, not every single tile is in other people's hands, so there is a chance to sumo this. This
Red
could be
Panda
a
has a
huge
dream.
swap.
This could be
All
a
it
huge
takes
swap.
is a dream.
All it takes is a dream. You're absolutely right, especially with the 3 Ricci sticks and 2 repeat counters on this table right now. 3,600 points waiting to be gathered on top of this hand that could be sumoed, it could be round. So any dispersion of points here.
I'm
The 5
actually now
coming
trying to
in.
calculate about how much would he need to overtake the active and take first place in this, since if they do win this hand, they will have 1 more dealership and has a chance to take first place overall, which would put Red Panda actually in an incredible position to win this whole finals.
Well, I'm glad I have someone else to do the math here because not my specialty, not necessarily. But it all changes. It's one of the really, really cool things about Mahjong is that it depends on, like from here, this 3rd place, do you allow yourself to run off of Bobrik because you might not get first place against Viact, all that sort of stuff. Do you try and like specifically target Viact? Who knows? But most likely here, what we're gonna see is sumo, just based on like Ichigo was saying here, not a ton of those tiles out. You know, a little bit more now than from when we said that, but whew, it's gonna be hard to find now. Oh, but they find it
Well,
anyway. The
there's
sumo.
You just need one. And that, if there's no Ura, so no Ura puts him about 1 dealer Mangan away. Maybe a little bit less. Yep, 7,000 points. And Paradigm,
Absolutely
unfortunately, goes negative. The con option right away, having 4 of the 3 of characters. What do you think of that? What would you do? Would you immediately con Tenhote?
No, not unless it was like for a YouTube video or something. But like, you know, realistically, no. You typically want to wait until you like get into Tenpai and stuff like that, and then, you know, do the con and stuff like that, and then call Richie off of what you get, or just, you know, sumo the hand. But you know, this sort of thing for the viewers at home. Something else to point out is if you're used to your normal ranked games. Currently, Paradigm is sitting at negative numbers, but the game is not over yet. We keep going until someone other than the dealer here wins the hand.
Yes, so Bobrix was very upset by that sumo, because now that puts him in 3rd place and not in as good of a position going into the final game. Paradigm opens his hand with a really good shape. Could even potentially upgrade to that pure double sequence, either the 678 or the 789. Viact also immediately getting rid of his honor tiles and edge tiles, looking to go for probably a very fast all simples hand. It's already 1 away for that, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Red Panda has like enough Dora in this hand to just kind of like take this and go for the repeat and stuff like that. It's a hard decision on whether or not you want to continue building this hand closed, if you want to open it, that sort of thing, because you might get closer to guaranteeing yourself the victory during this hand, but there's no guarantee that you win the next one and keep going for that first place, because again, the dealer has to lose, or, you know, just like again with no 10 and stuff like that. So it puts you in a difficult spot because you need that cushion, you know, to make sure you don't lose out in South 4.
The other difficult thing is when you're dealer, if someone else sumos, that means you're paying a higher percentage, right? You're paying 50% versus 25%. Like if you're not a, yeah, you're paying 50% of that win instead of 25%. So it is crucial that if you have that buffer, you keep that buffer, and you keep building it so you can get to a point where it is either a very cheap win that your opponent wins on someone else, or you get to a state where you can safely reach no 10.
Absolutely. This is a good forward progress by Red Panda here. Going to be looking to keep that what they call a bulging shape in the 4-5-5-6. So that sort of like 4 tile combination there. So that's 2 double-sided weights that you can find a lot of tiles around, especially with having those 4 threes in your hand already. Kind of makes it a little bit harder to find tiles around it. So finding tile acceptance elsewhere in your hand, definitely a strategic plus here for Red Panda.
Absolutely. Bobrick pausing on that 3 of circle discard, considering the option of potentially going fully, like adding to his fully outside hand, but it looks like they are going for a fully outside 1-2-3 Sanshoku shape, which is actually worth quite a bit, but open it's worth I think only 3 Han plus potential Dora, but will not get that mixed triple sequence shape if he has to discard the 3 of bamboo for his pair.
Well, yeah, I also don't know that you're ever gonna really find the mixed triple sequence, especially with all the 3s sitting in Red Panda's hand right now. You know, it would take some sort of fold, you know, to, you know, get there. But from Bobrick's perspective, I understand, and definitely feeling that pain now. Definitely gonna see an emote, absolutely, as expected. So
very absolutely great critical time to con. Gives them the most options to call for an all simples hand going forward. Draws an unfortunate 5 of bamboo, which doesn't really help the hand, but will discard the 8 of circles to still keep the pawn option on the 6 of circles, but also the chi option on the 7.
Yeah, that she didn't do too much for anybody. I gave one Dora to Bobrick, but again, with that opening there of the 1-2-3, it's gonna be a lot harder to finish that hand for Bobrick now that all these 3 mon are gone. So, but it's V-Act gonna be fine. The 3-6 wait for Bamboo. So still a lot of those in people's hands right now.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate situation for Paradigm. Was not able to find that last Yakuman. Getting into a very close Tenpai hand though, just one away with Dora 3, wanting to put as much fight as possible into this last hand with 900 points in the pot already. Hoping to just make it easier for him to potentially come out further in that last. And this is Tenpai, and they will Reachy.
Gonna try and be the Grim Reaper here for people, steal some points out from under some of the people here in first through third. This hand for Paradigm is nice, but it's not going to be enough, I don't believe, to get them back into the game. The 6 being dropped here, the consideration. 5 V-Act, maybe just taking the Chi. Oh yeah, not in Tenpai there because of the 9.
Yes, unfortunately they did have a 9 so cannot actually win on that. But that will be it for Red Panda's dealership. If Paradigm can win this, that would be an incredible, what we call Hanemon hand, or 6 Han hand. And Red Panda continuously discarding V-Act's winning tiles, but V-Act not able to win off them due to not having a Yaku.
Yeah, that's gonna be it for Red Panda's dealership. It's also gonna be it for the game here. Game 2 over. And it's gonna be V-Act, who was in 3rd place now with plus 32.9. Red Panda getting a nice 2nd place at plus 12.3. Bobrick, your current 1st place player, is negative 3.8. And Paradigm, sadly, in last place at negative 41.4. A very well played game, right, Ichigo?
That was absolutely incredible. There was a lot of strategy throughout that whole game, a lot of consideration for the other players. But I would like to call respect for the game and the other players, because nothing is worse when people are just pushing for what we say no reason. So I think this was some amazing Mahjong. And congratulations for V-Act on winning that 1st place. That was absolutely crucial for their placement in going into the 3rd game. So I would believe it would be very close between Bobrick, V-Act, and Red Panda. And yes, you can see Red Panda in 1st place at 56.62, V-Act less than 10 points below at 47.97, and Bobrick at 41.62. So it is very much anyone's game. Paradigm unfortunately had another 4th place, just couldn't find the hands, and as we said, there was a lot of respect for the Reachies, so couldn't find the deal-ins either, or other people to deal into him, and had a negative 53.73 game total.
Yeah, definitely a very well fought game. And, as much as I really like Paradigm's playstyle, and he's a great player to watch, sadly just didn't quite win here, so, it's going to be something to look at here. Red Panda, if Red Panda wins, then they just win. If V-Act wins, it's going to be a win for V-Act. So Bobrick needs to find a win here, a 1st place, and get 5,000 points more than Red if Red takes 2nd place, or if Red doesn't take 2nd, Bobrick will win. And then looking at Paradigm, needs probably 90 to 100k to win, to send other people downwards and himself into the stratosphere. So maybe the game of the decade for Paradigm will send him back into 1st place here.
Want to remind everyone that just by making it to the top 4, all 4 of these players will be going home with prizes from Yostar and the Mahjong Soul community. They have done a great job just making it here. So 4th place does still get a $70 Amazon gift card, 4,000 Jade, the limited portrait fame, and a fortune charm. So plus some merch. So honestly, like, just by getting to the top 4, it's an incredible achievement, and I just want to preface and reiterate that just making it here means you are one of the top players in Mahjong Soul, period, and that is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And the top 4 players, the top 16 players really, are not the only Mahjong players going home with stuff here. We have a little bit of a vibe of generosity here. We are giving away the gift code of the stream. So you can use this code on screen here. The code expires tomorrow at the same time this stream started. So you have to go into the browser client specifically, and you can go to settings, others, and then put in that gift code there, ZYWJQEHMA3AW. So remember, it's a browser client, and you get some free stuff just for watching some great Mahjong.
Yeah, and if your friends play Mahjong and they're interested in the stream, tell them to come watch the stream, watch that very last, very exciting final game, and come claim this prize. And while you're at it, if you can please like and subscribe to Mahjong Soul and like this video so we can continue to grow this amazing Mahjong community. And so this gift code will be put in chat. And we are doing one other lucky draw. So this is not for everyone. This is everyone has the chance to participate in a chance to win another 30-day fortune charm. So if you can answer in the question below, it's the same question as before. So for those people who have joined since game 1, what player are you rooting for the most to win? Who has your support going forward? Please put your name of your favorites in the chat, and we will randomly draw one user to get a 30-day fortune charm. And to redeem this fortune charm, please email us at mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your Mahjong Soul friend code and your YouTube ID. Please don't forget your YouTube ID, or else they will not be able to confirm that it was you who actually won.
Yeah, well, speaking of that question,
Yeah.
Ichigo, who's
What?
your favorite contestant right now coming out of game 2?
Oh, it's so hard to say, but I think I am a Red Panda fan. You know, they are somewhat part of the local club that I'm a part of, so I have a little bit of obligation to root for Red Panda. How about you?
Personally, you know, I think Red Panda has had some really, really good gameplay. I personally know a lot of people who are rooting for Red Panda as well, probably other people at your club. But also, for me, I want to see the comeback. I want to see the giant hands. I want to see Paradigm take the whole thing with the game of the century.
Also want to see a Catfood Bowl finals Gyakuman, so I am right there with you. And the chat is all evenly split. There's a lot of fans rooting for Red Panda, a lot of fans rooting for Paradigm, wanting that comeback. And our winner is Helinder, Helinder, with Red Panda cheering. So congratulations, Helinder, for your win. Please email us with your YouTube ID and Mahjong Soul friend code.
Very, very
Congratulations.
nice. Congrats.
And so now we are going to go on to the third game, but before we do that, we're going to hand off the mics to our other two favorite commenters, our Catfood Bowl veterans, our senpais, if you will. So I have enjoyed commentating with Tenhote so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and you can find me at twitch.tv/Shiro_Ichigo.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you to Yostar for letting me be here. It's a great opportunity. So you can find me anywhere at Tenhote, but especially on YouTube. So thank you so much.
All right, of course. Thank you. They'll be back around the end of the stream, so make sure you get all your thanks ready for them. Coming up to the end of the finals here, but as mentioned before, I am Tips and Tricks, getting my warm welcome here for the third and final match of the Catfood Bowl finals. And you can hear the magical Mahjong girl, Irie.
Hello everyone, I'm back. It's so good to be back here with Tips and Tricks casting another final game. It's gonna be exciting. Game 2 was very neck and neck, and now we have 3 contestants. I'm aiming for the first. Of course, Paradigm is too. We'll see. It's going to be a tough win condition for the first place. However, you can always try your best.
Yeah, over 100 points. Haven't seen it done yet, but that just means there's room to set a record for the Catfood Bowl. We've seen some crazy comebacks in previous Catfood Bowls.
Oh yeah, we have.
We've seen after a con wins in the very last game. That was crazy.
Oh yeah, that was a wave, right? All the way back.
Yeah, and Red Panda currently in first place might not have even been here if not for a final Red 5 sumo for a Baimon in his game in top 8.
I believe we've also casted all the way back with Shotahiden. The 3 big dragons. We saw the Yakuman on stream, and I think we also saw the 4 concealed triplets single pair weight Tenpai for one of the contestants in the finals. It did not end up happening, however, you know, there's always a chance.
Yeah, we're looking at a lot of different ways that Paradigm could score over 100 points. And of course, for our other 3 players, it's really anyone's game between them as well. Just a 15-point difference between first and third here.
So essentially, whoever takes first is going to be the winner. So it's going to be exciting. We're going to be starting soon, and there'll also be an interview with the winner soon after we find out who won, and we'll also be giving you guys some more surprises, so stay tuned until the very end to see what we have in store for you guys.
Yeah, you don't want to miss the end of this stream as our players get ready to determine who is going to be our Catfood Bowl Sweet Wonders champion.
Who will be the grand champion, the grand finalist who will take all the prizes home, all the goodies, all the beautiful title as well. We're about to find out. I hope you guys are excited because the game is starting very soon.
Yeah, in a lot of Asian traditions, you know, this Lunar New Year time, this is the most important time for good fortune. And we've seen on the tables good fortune has played a huge part in determining how the scores have shaken out. Of course, our players are very skilled as well, but sometimes you really just have to be able to draw your tile. I wonder if chat has any fortune superstitions, any rituals that they perform on Lunar New Year, or maybe how they celebrate their Lunar New Year. You know, I know some people have done the lion dance. Those guys and gals are always very they have a lot of stamina. They're very athletic in order to perform the lion dance like that. A lot of people will go out to eat. Sometimes they'll meet with family and cook. It'll be interesting to hear about all the festivities and tricks that our chat has in order to see them win on the Mahjong table. And of course, Mahjong is a big part of a lot of players' Lunar New Year as well.
So we will be wishing good fortune to all our contestants. We'll also be starting the match soon. So don't forget to smash that like button, guys, for the grand final starting now. The final game. Who will be the winner as Paradigm starts on the dealer seat? Let's see if Paradigm can make it happen with lots of repeats here in East 1. We're going to have to play very aggressive. And let's see how the tiles fare.
Yeah, if you want to start a comeback, I suppose being the first dealer, you'll immediately get your shot.
And Bobrick will be our second dealer, Red Panda the third dealer, and Viact our final dealer. And it really is anybody's game still. We'll see who can end up in first here. Paradigm picking up a very nice tile here. 6 of bamboo.
The 6 of bamboo will be really nice for Paradigm to start, but it seems like Paradigm's going to need quite a bit more. There's two other not so great weights, the 3-5 pin, the 1-2 mon. I mean, V-Act on the left seems to be our favorite for this first hand here. Red Panda across the table not doing too badly either. But if you really want Paradigm to win, I saw all those Paradigms in chat.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta spam those emotes. I saw a lot of people talking about emote power. If you want Paradigm to reach the level of Bobrick with the emotes, we're going to need some of those chat emotes.
See if Paradigm can get into Tempai here. Now only one away, drawing the 3-mon, a very key draw.
Yeah, it seems like it's working. Paradigm's already gotten that tile. It's working, cat.
It's working. Just one away. Gotta get that Richie. Ooh, is this Tempai? Tempai for V-Act. All symbols, Dora 3, so going to be a very deadly silent Tempai here.
Yeah, the red 5, so a double Dora. I mean, Paradigm is almost there. Very close. This could go either way. And our other players are not too far behind either. This could be
The key point here is that a Paradigm getting into Tempai would have a use for the 4 bamboo that would deal into V-Act, so definitely a good position to be in. You don't really know that you're trying to dodge a bullet here, but
right.
it might just be the good fortune that we were talking about.
I don't think that tile's coming out from Bobrick. I think he's got other tiles to discard. Yep, so no deal in yet. V-Act is going to have to wait a little bit more. I'm worried about that 9-pin 310 for Paradigm. You can see the 9-pin already discarded by Paradigm, which means if he waits with the 7-8 pin in hand for 6-9, they won't be able to roan anybody.
We could see the sneaky trap wait, discarding the 3 and 9 but waiting on the 6.
Yeah, that seems like a very reasonable option here. There are still 2 6-pin left in the wall, even if the trap doesn't catch anybody to deal in. There's actually been quite a few discards, and not that much has changed for our players.
Yeah, looks like the... Ooh, there it is. That's exactly what you want. Drawing the 9-pin back into the hand. 1-4 of bamboo Tempai for Paradigm. This is also be a Pinfu, so reach Pinfu Dora. With Tatsumo, it's 7,800. Quite a hefty hand, and if you hit any roots, definitely a Mangan.
Yep. I mean, Paradigm doesn't have much choice in this case, being down 100 points. This is Paradigm's, I guess, second last chance, but really, to get 100 points, you want to take every chance you can get.
So, looks like, unfortunately, it seems to be the theme of today. The triplet of the weight for Paradigm is in Red Panda's hand, who is also in Richie now, 2-5 Mon. For the Richie only, however, you can always get the Uradora.
And Paradigm waiting for one single tile left in the wall, a single copy of a 1-cell.
And there it is, Tempai for V-Act. Well, it was already Tempai, however, shifting towards the 2-5. The 4-man would have actually won the hand for V-Act,
Right.
however.
Just missed it there. That's the unfortunate change of plans.
Ooh, but there it is. It's Sumo for Red Panda, so that's going to be a Richie Sumo with the triplet of the 1, so not quite enough to make it 40 Fu. However, 2,000 points, stealing the Richie stick away from Paradigm, and also, much more importantly, the repeat dealer not going to Paradigm, so right off the bat, that's not really a great outcome for Paradigm, but we'll see what Paradigm can make of this.
It's a tough spot for sure.
So we're going into East 2. It is now Bobrick's dealer. The Dora is the 8 of bamboo, of which Bobrick has 1. There's also 1 in Red Panda's hand and a red 5 in VX's hand. So we'll see who can make the quickest hand here. Looks like VX is not doing so poorly either. Some nice shapes.
Yeah, Paradigm's hand is nice here. But I wonder if Paradigm is going to keep it closed in order to try and get some massive value. This is definitely a hand that has potential for huge value. Those outside
Mhm.
hands are always worth one more Han if you can win them closed and open. Plus add Ricci to the mix, and all the triplets have an explosive chance of hitting Ura 3. But it's just a very slow hand to make closed.
Mhm. Meanwhile, Viact drawing some more very efficient tiles here. The 6-pin giving them another two-sided weight. Could also end up seeing perhaps a mixed triple sequence here for Viact. We'll see how this hand pans out.
Yeah, we can see the other three players here. Bobrick connecting on Dora pair. Red Panda on the right already has a completed set of three, like a completed three shape, 2 pairs, and a lot of Dora in hand. And Viact across the table already with 4 pairs. Make that 5 with this draw. So Paradigm's got their work cut out for them on this hand.
So the interesting thing about Red Panda's hand is that even if someone reaches, you still have the value and the tiles to kind of try and add yourself closer and closer towards that Tempai to see if maybe you can get a silent bean food to catch someone off guard.
Yeah, it's a very important skill to be able to advance your hand as safely as possible. And while there are no norths or one so on the table, generally the norths, especially when you have 2 of them, are considered fairly safe. And so Red Panda can discard both of those norths while moving forward in order to pretty safely reach Tempai and be able to Ricci, or, as you mentioned, do the silent Tempai to sneak a win away.
Yeah, I think in this final match between these 3 players who are right there at the top, you know, whoever takes first essentially will have almost a guaranteed shot at making it onto the podium as the first place, the winner.
Right.
And so I think that we might see a shift from what they have been doing in the past 2 rounds, where they might not want to risk it as much and just go for the Shadow Tempa as much as they can to make sure that they can get the upper hand on their opponents.
Yeah, I definitely see a lot more reason to do those Shadow Tempais. You can see Paradigm is going for big value, has cut all of their Manzu tiles and Pinzu tiles, leaving only the Sozu, only the Bamboo and Honors left. It is still very slow though. But it's a chance to hit big.
So far, players have been not making much progress in their hand, but we do see Red Panda now. Since we're getting close to, you know, the end of the game, we're on the 3rd row. I think a call here that Red Panda just made for the mixed triple sequence Dora does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this might work out. It's definitely not the easiest hand to finish, but it's probably their best bet, considering that we're running out of tiles left in the wall. I mean, Bobrick is 1 away too with a really nice hand, but there aren't many 1-pin or 8-so left for Bobrick to get.
There's, I believe, 1 copy of each
Right.
left. See what they make of this. The East looks... yeah, it's only been discarded once, so there's still a chance, but I think Bobrick is content to take those odds.
Yeah, at least more than the 6-mon here. Although, with Red Panda's current open calls, the East does look pretty dangerous. However, Red Panda is the one that discarded the East. So I think that's what convinced Bobrick to discard it.
So we're getting close to the end here. Bobrick might make a play here for the Tempai. However, no good tells come. There's still 1 more draw though.
Yeah, Paradigm
Hopefully
also
wanna get
making
those
the play
repeats.
for Tempai. And Red Panda just looking for 6-so here. Although should it come to the last draw, Red Panda can also win on the 3-so. But Red Panda is not getting the last draw. It would have to be the last discard from someone else.
And there it is. Only Red Panda Tempai.
Ooh, I was actually worried Viact was gonna go with the 3-so there. It's kind of a hard decision with all those tiles at the end. You didn't really see any norths. White Dragon was difficult as well. But Viact avoids dealing in. And we move on with little event
Mm-hmm.
into Ace
Yeah,
3.
so far, not much blood has been spilled, so to speak. Red Panda, it's not Red Panda's time to shine here, already in first, and also leading the score. So, we'll see what comes out of this dealership. You know, even though you're in first, you definitely want a bigger gap between your opponents because you really don't want to lose control of the first place.
Right. It's a very close fight between those three. Paradigm will have one more dealer turn to make their massive comeback happen. But so far it looks like a fight between our other three players here. Paradigm's hand is actually looking kind of nice right now. It's already one away from Tempai with a Dora in it. Our other three players a little bit slower on the board.
So in the previous 2 games, we saw Bobrick getting a lot of really big leads early on, especially with the dealer. However, this time, you know, not able to capitalize on the first dealer round. Maybe we'll see if it's all being it's all loading, right? The hands are loading, the tiles are getting warmed up for the
Right.
second dealer.
And Paradigm just needs to heat up a little bit to go on a hot streak on their final dealer. It's when it really counts.
Mm-hmm. So Red Panda here does have one Dora. The Dora is the 8 pin, but when you have the red 5s, it does help to make those manga in hand. Paradigm is one away right now. With a red 5 as well in hand.
And Bobrick here has a couple options. It's a little bit far away, but even the 7, 8, 9 mixed triples, especially because that 8 pin is Dora and Bobrick's going to want to keep it around anyway. That's a way to maybe make this hand make sense. Even calling potentially. Calling is worth a lot less, but could be a lot faster. We're also running out of 9 pin though. Only 2 left in the wall. Same with the 7. Only 1 7 left in the wall actually. So maybe 7, 8, 9 is not quite going to work out for Bobrick, but I think Bobrick's thinking about it, especially cutting that 3 from the 3, 5, 7, 9 mon.
Mm-hmm. Well, Red Panda's style formation here, it's not easy to get these inside weights, right? But you can pawn for the all simples. However, now there's a Richie across the table from Paradigm on the 2-5. It's not quite Pinsu, however, it does have Dora. So Richie Dora with a chance of Ipatsu.
Red Panda literally has no safe tiles. Not a single one against Paradigm's Ricci. Red Panda just has to kind of shoot in the dark and hope it doesn't deal in. Especially you don't want to do Dora though, to be fair. So I don't think Red Panda was going to cut that 8 pin that he just drew there.
Mm-hmm. So now the 6-0 discarded does make it a lot easier to defend here for Red Panda. And of course this 4 of Bamboo is safe. Red Panda of course would like to get more points to extend their lead. However, dealing in is
not the
definitely
way to
not an
get
option.
more points. It's definitely not the way to get more points. Red Panda had maybe a couple options to push, but with that excess Dora in hand and with the 7 and 9 pin both in his discard, most of the ways that Red Panda could get to Tempai involve being Furiten. And that Furiten is not always something to be afraid of, but whenever you're already fighting someone's Ricci, Furiten is a big problem.
Yeah, so right now, seems to be 2 5s left to be drawn, and also 3 2s left. So
That's right.
this hand is actually quite light for Paradigm. So, oh, there it is. Speaking of Ricci, sorry, not Pinfu, Ricci Tsumo Dora, and what is this? Do we see the Ura for the Mangan?
Well, Paradigm's got something, and that puts them in first place.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Wow, a con of Dora right off the bat for V-Act, and also the double East.
Yeah, I think
Wow,
this
this
is
is
pretty good wisdom not to just con it immediately. If you get the 3 cell, you can make it 2-2-2 and 2-3-4, 2 different shapes. Of course, if Viact gets 5 cell, maybe a little more willing to con, but even with 5 cell, you might want to keep those 2 cell around. If you're trying to make something like a half flush, it'd be useful in case you draw a 1, a 3, or even another 4 cell.
I feel like the biggest reason to not con right away is that everyone will immediately just play as defensively as possible. Like they do not want V-Act to win this hand at all.
Yeah, on one hand, it's a fair point. On the other hand, I don't know if Paradigm can even afford to do that. But it's not just Viac's hand that is crazy right now. Bobrick has 3 pairs of honors with a 4, 5, 6 pin, and the 5 is red. Paradigm is
Ooh.
already 1 away from Tenpai on the right, and on the left, Red Panda is sitting on 4 pairs with a red 5 in hand.
Yeah, so quite a few pairs.
Yeah,
Across the table, we do have quite a hand forming.
an extremely explosive round here for all 4 of our players. This could be... I don't want to say it'll completely determine the match, but this could be a turning point, an enormous turning point. And Viact, with the 4 Dora, doesn't even care about making the half flush, just really wants to make sure that they can win this hand as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we'll see if they even con. They might actually drop Dora and just guarantee the Mangan.
That's true.
Oh, there it is. Tenpai. Do we see the con?
If you con, it's gonna scare everybody. That's a fair point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is. Just waiting on the east. And it's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, you never know. By not conning, you might have missed a win. Because con also gets you an extra draw, right? So you actually
It
lose
does
a
give you an
draw
extra
by
pile,
not
yeah.
conning. So, I mean, East is the kind of tile where other players will discard it because it probably won't fit in their hand. So I can see playing the stealthy route in order to try and catch someone off guard. But should Viact have gotten the East, this actually would have been a Haneman with double East Dora 4 if they had just made the con. They might not need the points, but if it comes down to 6,000 points later, they might regret not making the con and can't win on the south.
Bobrick's hand is so close to greatness here.
A lot of options for Paradigm here, not Template, but yeah, does not go for the 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. Paradigm is trying to make the Yakuman happen. Can't argue with them on that. They need a ton of points.
Another option is perhaps Richie Chitoi Tanyao, 7 pairs.
Right.
You'd be surprised at the potential for a 7 pairs to turn into a Baiman or something.
Yeah. The Easts are still in the wall.
React has to be very patient here.
Oh, even Bobrick is Tempai now. That's a massive hand. It's half flush.
So half flush Red Dragon Dora, that's already Mangan.
And Red Panda's... Yeah, Red Panda's hand just got very red when Bobrick got Tempai.
Yeah, Red Panda perhaps sensing something is very amiss here. Playing very defensively.
Red Panda hasn't dealt in. I'm impressed. But how long can he keep it up here?
Yeah, this is quite impressive to simply know that there's something wrong here. Giving up on trying to win the hand.
A pair of Norths that might be useful for offense. Red Panda might be convinced to just keep the Norths as offensive tiles now, never mind defensive. But should Red Panda run out of save tiles, you could easily see the pair of Norths being discarded.
I think at this point, you've got to be thinking this has been a lot of silence, no calls, and also a lot of discarding the same tile these players have been drawing. So definitely start thinking that there's something wrong.
There's also the matter of the east tile still not showing up. Still two of them in the wall somewhere. Dead wall or live wall? I think that's going to be the real question here. Are the easts in the dead or the... Oh no! Oh no! 30-10. Viact can't win even if the east comes out now, unless it comes around to them again.
Do we see Tempai for Red Panda? Not quite. Missing the 7 pairs draw for the Tempai, however. Taking it down, I mean, not dealing in with those tiles is actually extremely impressive.
Yeah.
And Viact going to show the Dora Bomb in hand.
Very good play by Red Panda there, not dealing in. And very unfortunate for Viact, all the rest of the East tiles, both remaining East tiles in the dead wall.
Well, now I'm wondering where that East was. What if it was actually the...
Yeah, what if it was the Rinshan, the tile after the con, the replacement tile? Maybe Viact should have conned after all. I mean, Paradigm had a really good shot there too. We were talking about that earlier, but even Paradigm's hand didn't quite get there. So a lot of chances for some major point swings there. Red Panda with the good prescience, the good game sense not to deal into Bobrick, and then Viact not enough sumo power, and Paradigm as well.
Wow, Red Panda already won away with a really good weight. Two-sided weights here. It could end up even in a 3-sided.
Oh, yeah, that's not Tempai, but so many more options now.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All give Tempai to Red Panda.
And everyone else's hand is just so far away from Tempai. I'm not sure Red Panda is going to have any resistance here.
VX hand, though, already has 1 red 5 and could end up with 2 Dora if the 4 of Bamboo is drawn.
Yeah, I mean, Paradigm has as much a reason to push as anyone in this tournament. So even only on 3 pairs.
Even drawing a red 5 here to replace the non-red 5.
Yeah,
so Red Panda looking like they have a very good hand here.
No closer to Tempai, but even more valuable. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up if you're appreciating the tournament and the casting.
Oh, is this Senpai? Senpai for Red Panda? There it is, Senpai.
Okay,
Be discarding the 7 of Bamboo. Hoping to, yeah, just win this hand very quickly.
Viact is in an interesting spot. If they keep pushing forward, they will probably not deal in. But if they do go back and try and fold, there's a good chance the 7 pin comes out and Viact does end up dealing in. Or, you know, if Viact gets an improvement like this, we might see 7-9 get discarded. We might also see a pair get discarded, though.
Yeah, maybe it's time for the 6 of Bamboo.
Yeah, just throws it back.
Completely reasonable. Still just a Tempai. Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, it's a tough.
That tile does
that's
not
a tough
fit.
Tile.
And there it is. Red Panda with the Ron on Viact. 3,900.
Red Panda looking strong to end this game. But Paradigm's last dealer turn. This is the chance. If you want to make 100,000 points, Paradigm, this is not a bad hand to start with.
Some very nice shapes. 2 completed sequences already and some pairs. Definitely what you want from your starting hand.
Yeah, not quite any value, but you get the dealer repeat and you hopefully get value next time.
Barbara actually Not quite Tempai, yeah, but one away from 7 pairs. Could end up in all triplets also.
It's going to be very interesting. His paradigm is really fast, but Bobrick does have a lot of potential value. And I mean, he's technically one away from Tenpai. It's just the 7 pairs hands you don't usually find finish as quickly from their one away position.
There was a huge pickup for V-Act, picking up the triplet of the White Dragon, now moving into a very nice 2 away.
Yep. So Paradigm's road to redemption is full of dangerous obstacles here.
1 away for V-Act. Tempai for Bobrick. 7 pairs.
Here we go.
Could make a trap here on the Tribambu. No, just takes the east weight.
Yep, not a 3-so waiter here. You know, with all the middle tiles that Bobrick discarded in the beginning, I think East is actually a very suspicious tile to discard against him. So people might not be discarding this East as easily as he hoped. However, Paradigm being in the do or die situation that they're in, probably has no choice but to discard the East if they draw it.
Ooh, Red Panda finds one of the east.
Yeah.
There's still 2 left, but we'll see if Red Panda can find the fold here. There it is.
Yeah, Red Panda has
Tribambu.
had really good game sense so far in terms of knowing which tiles are dangerous. So it's a good evade for now. If Red Panda gets aggressive later, might run out of safe tiles and just end up going for it.
Still 2 east left for Bobrick.
That's true. There's still the chance to just draw it right out of the wall.
And we did see the Trio Bamboo paving the way for the Pingfu 1 away for Paradigm.
Viac is gonna open to Tempa. So now we have 2 players Tempa and neither of them is Paradigm here. Come on, Paradigm!
1 4-man wait for Act. Oh, but the East is drawn by Act.
Yeah.
And there it is. Dealing into Bobrick. Richie cheat 7 pairs. 1 Dora for 6,400. That's gonna be a very, very crucial hand for Bobrick to win.
Yep, that's a problem for Act. That's a problem for Paradigm as well. No more dealer turns for Paradigm, so it looks like it's probably a 3-player race now. We might see some Yakuman though.
Now Bobrick. Last dealer. Currently in first. Dora is 5-man. Bobrick can use the Dora.
None of these hands inspire me with any biting or sharp-witted commentary here. I mean, Red Panda just drew 3 Dora, so that's some new. That's my current inspiration on this end.
We do see Paradigm gonna have to swing for the fences. Go for that 13 orphans or something. Just needs to find it. I don't know what it is, but Paradigm needs to find it right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Before it's too late.
kind of looks like 4 wins, but there's just too many of the wins already on the discard pile. 2 Easts, and then 1 of each other win has already been discarded. Paradigm hasn't called any of them, so I don't think 4 wins is going to be the one here.
Oh, is that 1 away for the? No, not quite 1 away. 2 away still.
Yeah, still's got that last East tile in his hand.
It is a guaranteed safe tile.
Right.
Okay, but does he try to toss it?
I guess Paradigm is just going for the half flush here so far. Maybe the Yakuman will have to come later.
So what could we see from Paradigm here? Richie, 7 pairs, half flush, something like that?
Yeah, 2 Dora in it as well would be very solid. Of course, Red Panda is holding most of them, but there is one more left in the wall.
There are 4 pairs already for Paradigm, so the Red Dragon is also available to be drawn. Red Panda does pawn the 3 pen here, just going to try to confirm this Dora 3 hand. However, Bobrick is the first to find Tenpai with a Reach Pinfu. Oh, not quite Pinfu. Just a 2-sided weight though. 5-8 of Bamboo. And V-Act is unfortunately caught holding the 8 of Bamboo.
Oh, is it gonna come out now? Not yet, but I don't see it staying. And Paradigm also doesn't really have much room to fold, but they're gonna fold for now.
Okay, so I do see a way for V-Act to avoid dealing in here. Since the 7 of Bamboo is safe, and the 2 of Bamboo looks a bit safer than the 8 of Bamboo, you could cheat the 7 and drop the 2.
Right. Paradigm with another deal in.
Oh my goodness, this is so unlucky.
There it is.
And deals in to Bobrick. It's gonna be Ricci only. Let's see if there's any Ura. There's 1 Uradora, so 3,900.
It is a reasonable sized hand, and it puts Bobrick in the lead, which is also important in their battle. I think this would be enough for Bobrick to win the game, I think.
Yeah, I believe.
Not.
I think, oh yeah, not quite. I think there needs to be a 5-point difference. Yeah, so there's exactly 15 points of difference between Bobrick and Red Panda. So each placement is 10,000. So an additional 5 needs to be won by Bobrick.
Right. So actually the tiebreaker, because it might become relevant at this point. The tiebreaker that this tournament is using is the initial placement coming into the day. And so Bobrick was on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobrick was first place at the beginning of the day. So Bobrick will win any ties. And of course, Red Panda being in 4th at the beginning of the day will lose any ties.
There is an interesting hand here for the Cheddar's champion. Bobrick, mixed triple sequence chance.
This is really nice. Even maybe open calling is not a terrible idea. You have a red Dora, you have green dragon to add value. Could definitely see Bobrick open calling here.
There it is, 1 away for the mixed triple sequence.
Yeah, it's gonna go
and
for
it confirms it.
I mean, Paradigm has an excess 8-pin in hand, so I think Bobrick might actually get the chance to make this decision right now.
There it is. Tenpai for Bobrick, if he wants it. There it is, Tenpai. What's the weight? 3-6 or green? Ooh, weight's on the green.
Yeah, this, I think this is enough value that jump between 2nd and 3rd Han, especially as the dealer is worth a lot of points. So even though the weight is slightly worse, I think it's worth it to see if you can connect on this winning green dragon.
That's right. The jump is 2,900, goes to 5,800 on the green. However, Bobrick finds the 5-man first off of Red Panda. And that now is enough for the swing. First place swing for Bobrick.
Yep, Bobrick would end in 1st place if the game ends with these exact scores.
Guys, it's South 2 of the final round. Let's make some noise for your favorite competitor, because it might be the last time you get to.
Woo! Let's see what they can pull off here in South 2. Looks like this hand is going to be a long one. Everyone's at least 3 tiles from Tenpai. So we've got some time to speculate. We've got some time to configure and rearrange our hands, and this might actually benefit Bobrick because they're looking for a very valuable half or even full flush.
Might also have some time for the viewers at home to smash that like, help us grow the channel, the Mahjong Soul global community.
Thank you, thank you.
If you're enjoying the commentary, if you're enjoying the prizes that Yostar has graciously given to everyone. And of course, these amazing players showcasing all their strength. Bobrick finding the north for the half flush. Now only 2 away.
Two away is generally pretty good by turn 5. And
Of course,
especially
it's a little bit unlikely since it's a 7 pairs 1 away, but it would be very nice to see a 7 pairs half flush. That would be very valuable.
right. That might that will change the way the players have to play completely. All of the players will have to play very differently if Bob.
There it is. 1 away.
Yeah. this is almost twice pure double sequence, the Riampe call.
Ooh, yes. That's an extremely rare hand. Ooh, what do you do here? Just decide to skip, actually.
Yeah, it's not the
Not
greatest
trying
call.
to make any...
Dora!
Oh, Dora discarded by Red Panda. That's gonna sound the alarms here for everyone.
Yeah, Red Panda
They're
is
gonna be
one
like,
away.
what's going on?
It might give Viact the space to discard Dora themselves, but they're gonna keep it, hope to draw the 7 pin and not have to discard it.
Ooh, 1 away for Bobrick.
Yeah, things
In
have
fact,
changed
this
a
could
lot
be-
here.
This could end up being a reach or something. But I think just pawning here and going for the 2-sided weight on this half flush might be the play. There's
Yeah.
still a lot that can happen though. There's so many tiles to give Tempai. I think it's 1, 4, 6, 8, 7, and north.
Yeah, that's
so this
technically
is
one
Senpai.
of them. The hand becomes a lot less valuable, but Bobrick is gonna take it.
So a win on 5 here is definitely not as valuable, but it's a win. It's a win for sure.
Immediately. Off of the best person too. Yeah, like it is definitely not as valuable as it could have been. But especially
I
getting
mean-
it off Red Panda is huge.
That would have been Tempai for Bobrick on the close half flush 2-sided weight chance of pure double sequence for Bobrick.
That's true. Bobrick could have
Um,
drawn that 5 if he hadn't called.
But you know, you never know what could have, right? It could have been so many things.
Exactly.
It could have not been Tempai forever if you didn't cheat. So definitely good to just take the 2,900. You get the repeats too, 600 extra points, and especially off of Red Panda. It's a very nice hit here.
Bobrick is starting to claw their way to a victory.
Definitely carving a place here in this game
You can see the
at
light.
the top.
But we still have at least 3 hands to go. So a lot of room for all of our players to make moves. And Paradigm has a hand that can really make moves here. Looks like Paradigm is going for the Akuman though, but they are getting pretty close.
Yeah,
His
so
first
it
4
looks like this
draws.
is... I believe this is 7? 7, 8?
Yeah, 8 with
8,
that.
13 orphans tiles.
8 out of 13. Or, yeah, luckily Paradigm already has the south that's been discarded a lot. They already have the north, and they already have the 9, so 3 of the tiles that have been discarded a lot already on the board. But they are still pretty far.
Bobrick for now just going to stay silent here, not making any calls. Just perhaps, you know, seeing as they already have quite a sizable lead, you don't need to make as aggressive of a play.
Right. That red dragon is one of the tiles that Paradigm needs. There's only 1 left in the wall.
The easts are also necessary, 2 in VX sand. Let's see what's left. East, red dragon, 9 pin, and 1 so.
Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting. Our other players are going fairly slowly, so Paradigm might have a shot at this. None of them really willing to call. There's a 9 pin that Paradigm does need, but there's still 2 in the wall.
8-pin draw for Red Panda puts them a 1 away. Not quite 1 away, 2 away still. But with the chance of mixed triple sequence, Dora, that might be a valuable hand in the future. 10 pie for Viac though, with the triplet and the Champon, the 2 triplet weight, 6-pin East.
Right.
As Paradigm folds the 13 Orphans, was still very far away, but it makes for a defensive play.
Yeah, I think Paradigm could still make it happen, but obviously they need to draw the East instead of Act or any of these other players. We might see the East being discarded from other players ending up dealing into Act as well. I mean, in terms of Act's comeback factor here, Act doesn't really have that much value on this hand, but it'll be at least good to end Bobrick's Stealer.
Ooh. Red Panda has a good hand in the works. Still 2 away, however. Chance of pure double sequence, but I think it's just going to be a fold.
Yep, does seem
Just
like
a bit
that.
too scary.
Act discarding Dora while in Reachy, that's gonna give another safe tile to both Paradigm and Red Panda. Ooh, that's
Ooh,
a
there it
dealer
is,
tile, but
6-pin.
it's not gonna come out. I mean, I think Paradigm is going to take most reasonable risks here, but just like that previous time with the pair of Easts, both of the Easts look like they're in the wall somewhere. Hopefully it's not the dead wall this time for both of them.
Yeah, it looks like Bobrick would just be fighting here to, not deal in and just let the game progress. Move into South 3, get closer to the end of the game in first. Panda with the decision here. 6-1. Oh, but there it is! Viac finds the ease. Reach it sumo.
That's big for Viac. That's going to make it 40 Fu even on Sumo. And a second Han. So definitely a lot more points than just catching it off somebody else. But
So now it's time for Red Panda's last dealer. Currently in 3rd place, would end up in 2nd overall, I believe. So a chance to make this comeback happen. Needs to make about 17,000 points to get back into the lead.
that's right. No Doras here for Red Panda. The Dora's currently all in Viac's hands. Well, not all the Dora, but Viac is the only player who has Dora right now. We'll see. That Dora is the White Dragon, so it's one of those honors. That's one of the hardest tiles to play, especially as a single tile. And I don't mean hardest tiles to like discard from your hand, but hardest tiles to decide what to do with. Sometimes it is the right move to discard it early, other times it's the right move to hold on to it and try and make value. Viac behind right now, probably more likely to look to make value, but it doesn't look like it's really fitting in the hand, and Viac's hand is coming together with sort of 5 shapes without it.
So yeah, no other White Dragon being found yet. Red Panda moves into 1 away. After this 9-so draw, very lucky. Very fortunate.
Red Panda's in a decent spot. I wonder if he'll be willing to reach EL. We'll find out. Waiting for just the 8-mon.
So here's an opportunity to maybe go for a wider weight, but no, he just takes it. Goes for the Reachy, waiting on 8-mon only. There's 2 left to be drawn, and only 1 in the discards.
Yeah, a shape like 5, 6, 7, 8 pin here is really good for extending your weight. But an early Reachy from the dealer is really good for putting pressure on other players, getting them to fold hands that they might push normally. So definitely hard to decide between pushing just the 8-mon weight or trying to get a wider weight. But Red Panda does go for this 8-mon quick weight. Not much value either. That is something to mention.
Viact is 2 away now as an 8-man is drawn for Bobrick. Probably going to see some very defensive play from Bobrick. Yeah, so there is a 2 away here for Viact, but it's just too dangerous to push.
Viact really dislikes this Dora Yakuhai,
Ooh.
the value White Dragon Dora.
It's gonna be a con for Red Panda, revealing the 8-pin as a new Dora, which was discarded from Red Panda's hand.
Yeah, I wonder if you have to take the risk as Viact here, though. I mean, obviously Viact didn't. But I wonder if this is the right play. To play for it all in your last dealer turn. Because obviously Viact is not going to make it with Bobrick way ahead if they keep the current scores. Viact is going to end up in 3rd place overall.
Mm-hmm. So your thinking is maybe fighting for it more might have been better?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but
it's a
this is
tough
a
call, yeah.
very valuable hand with good shapes. And there's not many more opportunities. Right? That's the big thing. So you're on South 3. If the dealer does win this, even by sumo, that's a really bad spot. Of course, dealing in is horrible too. Oh, and now Viac sees that the door is actually safe. Maybe Viac can turn this around. We'll have to draw the 3-so again, though.
There's still one 8-man out there. Oh, never mind. It's drawn by Act. So, perhaps a good thing that Act did not push this hand.
Yeah, we might still see that 8-man come out, depending on Viac's situation. But so far, it's safely locked away.
But I think Red Panda knew that there was a very high probability that everyone would just fold. But, there's always a chance that you'd sumo, you get Ura. But if it goes to exhausted draw and you don't end up winning the hand, it's not the end of the world.
Right. The Red Panda will get to deal again. One last chance, but there's none left in the wall. It's a false last chance.
So that would be 10 players for Red Panda only. It is a 4,000 point swing between Red Panda and their adversaries. So it does help a lot to get closer and closer to closing the gap to Bobrick.
It is something. It's not nothing.
The Dora this time is a 3-man, 1 in Red Panda's hand with a chance of perhaps an outside hand here.
Maybe even 1, 2, 3 mixed triples for Red Panda here. Nope, doesn't want it. Viact looking at the other side, as you mentioned, the 7, 8, 9s.
Ooh, that was a good choice by Red Panda. Now 1 away.
This could come through big time, but that 2-so just discarded by Viact. Red Panda needs to draw that himself.
There are also a few other ways that you can upgrade this hand, like with the 8-pin. Now you have a chance of pure double sequence, and you have guaranteed Pinfu.
That is a big
Great
win.
way. Great way to improve the hand. Probably one of the best draws you could get.
I think so too.
So just looking for that tempai for all of them. Mostly Red Panda, the closest one to that Richie.
Oh, I wonder what Bobrick will do here, because his pair is the pair of wands. In order to make a full straight, he would have to sacrifice that.
Unfortunate for Red Panda, the worst weight wins. Gets there before these 6-9. Never mind, there it is. Richie.
1 turn later. Just had to wait a little bit longer for Red Panda. Didn't get the mixed, or not the mixed, but the pure double sequence. Didn't get the Ipeko, but this is still pretty solid.
It's a 1-4-man. It's completely live as far as the board goes, so it looks amazing to Richie on. And there's actually quite a few tiles to be drawn. And there it is, Richie Ipatsumo, Pinfu Dora for the dealer. That's gonna be 12,000 points. With the Ura, it might be Hanuman. Just a manga, and still though, this is a huge hand. A 16,000 point swing does put Red Panda in first, I believe.
That's a lot of damage. Bobrick's lead definitely not safe because it's been overturned right now.
It's a huge win for Red Panda.
Yeah, what a sumo. Ipatsu. Drawing the tiles in. I wonder if a Tanyao is in order here, and all symbols for Red Panda.
You can pawn the 8s to make this hand a lot quicker. The form line is very key here.
And Viact on the right is actually kind of cooking up a 6-7-8 mixed triples with a Tanyao. So that's Viact's comeback looking hand. Paradigm mashing out 9 gates, trying to force it. It's gotta get something.
Another good draw for Red Panda. Another all simples tile.
Oh, Bobrick really likes that Dora. Is he gonna let it go though? A lot of thought. Let's it go! Going for 7 pairs potentially?
Yeah, this is one away from 7 pairs, but there's also a chance of just, you know, a very nice pure double sequence Tanyao hand somehow.
Right. Ooh, yeah, it doesn't even want the 7-8-9. Paradigm knows it's gotta be Yakuman back to back. Really running out of other options with the score difference so much.
Another Tanyao pair for Red Panda. Another way to enable a Tanyao. Quick, all symbols.
Oh, it just gets discarded.
I think just preferring the efficiency. Or maybe trying to discard the more dangerous tiles earlier. So
Right.
it's not as scary later on. Another pair picked up by Red Panda. So many pairs. There we go. It's go time for Red Panda. Stepping on the gas, going for that all simples.
It's been turned around now.
Ooh, there it is. The pure double sequence pickup for Bobrick. Actually, Tempai for Tanyao 7 pairs, Dora for 6,400. This could be a very sneaky deal-in from Red Panda if a 2-pin comes out.
This is quite solid. It would be enough to overturn, I think. Yes.
Yeah, with a direct hit or Tsumo, it's Manga on Tsumo and 6,400 on Ron. So definitely enough to make that first place. I don't know if it's enough for the 5,000 points necessary.
That's true. It's not just the points. It's not just the position rather, but also the extra 5,000 points that Bobrick needs to get that plus 15 differential.
Ooh, kind of opportunity here for Red Panda, though it's kind of scary. Yeah, decides to not do it.
Interesting. Sometimes the extra draw is really valuable here when you've made this many calls. Even if you're potentially putting more Dora on the table.
Ooh, the 2-pin is drawn for Viact. Does deal into Bobrick currently.
Yeah, this could definitely deal in right now.
This is a very hard decision for Viact.
3-pin is Dora, so you don't usually want to keep those extra shapes. But Viact evades.
Somehow, with a 6th sense, it just evades the deal-in.
If Viact discards it now, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, it's safe. But Bobrick switching up the weight. I think Bobrick switched it more for safety than anything else, not wanting to deal into Red Panda here. Didn't think 6-so was completely safe, even though it's middle Suji.
So it's still just 7 pairs for Bobrick. Is enough.
Paradigm is in a lot of trouble here now, too.
Ooh, there it is, setting the Suji trap. The 3 away from the 6 looks Like you can't win on a sequence, but actually it's the 7 pairs. So
Right.
Richie 7 pairs, Dora going to be 6,400 or 8,000 on Tumo.
Hard part for Bobrick here is that Paradigm's holding the other two copies of 9 Cell. I don't think Paradigm's too willing to part with them. But they might.
Looks like it's gonna be some sort of flush attempt for Paradigm. Red Panda, just folding for now. Oh, and it's a Richie for V-Act on the 7 pin only. Pure double sequence could be devastating here for Bobrick, who's in Richie.
Yeah, there is one 7 pin left in the wall, and there are no 9 Cell left. Oh, is this actually the 9 gates? Paradigm might end up dealing in. Oh, doesn't go for it. Maybe just not enough tiles.
I mean, there's not enough draws. Oh my goodness! Richie Tsumo, pure double sequence Dora 2. There's gonna be Mangan at the very least for V-Act. Huge hand.
Yeah, this is a huge comeback. It's not quite there yet, but it definitely gives VAct an easy chance to come back in South 4, especially when he's the dealer.
Alright, here goes everything. This is potentially the final hand of the whole series. VAct's final dealer making a final stand to win this game.
Alright, so current positions, Red Panda first overall and first in this game. Red Panda currently in position to win it all. Bobrick is going to need 5,000 points more than Red Panda, or for Red Panda to fall into 3rd place and Bobrick ending up in 1st. The VAct currently only less than 10 points behind. VAct needs only to come in 1st place in order to win this. So any amount of points is good enough for VAct if they can end up in 1st. And I think we write off Paradigm, unfortunately. Even the Yakuman's not going to do it here. Sorry, Paradigm fans. Paradigm has been playing really well, but just doesn't have the flow today, it seems.
Red Panda picks up an 8 pin. Perhaps an all simples could end it all. Although, would it be enough? It would be. Would be as it stands. So maybe an all simples might just be I need to go for here. Ooh, Dora 5 pin for Bobrick. So Bobrick needing that 5,000 point lead. Among Us would pretty much be exactly right.
Yep, and as we mentioned, Bobrick does have the the tiebreaker. So if Bobrick gets an exact 8,000 off
That's it.
somebody else, Bobrick would win on a tiebreaker. It's
So
come
standby for
down to
Bobrick.
that.
Standby for Bobrick. Is there a
Oh,
Richie?
It's
Do you
not.
Richie for it all?
It's not guaranteed Mangan, right? Oh, it doesn't even take the Tempai.
Yeah, Richie Tsumo Dora would only be 4,000 on Sumo. So that, I don't think that's enough for the swing. Only puts you above Red Panda by 2,000. So not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good tile.
Oh, this is a very good one away. Now you have chance of Pinfu and chance of pure straight. You can even go silent Tempai if you get a 1 pin or 2 pin or something like that.
Yeah, and South is still like it's still the prevalent wind, the wind of the round here.
Oh, right. So there's no Pinfu. Yeah, and this might need to be a Richie, but still, this is a very nice hand.
Right, but it does mean that if Bobrick draws the last South into his hand,
Ooh.
he's in a really good position with South and 1 Dora. Still actually not guaranteed Mangan, but Sumo will do it.
Okay, so with the white discard, this is now such a wide weight. There's 3 so, 5 so, 1 4 so, 3 6 9 pin, So many tiles get to Tempa here.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrisome that it's not Pinfu. Because that makes a lot of the winning tiles a little tougher. But Bobrick really looking for the last south here. Act has been moving forward in the meantime.
No Tempa just yet. Still has been just sitting in one away.
Alright. And Red Panda looking to end it, but still no Tempai there either. Of course, Red
This is
Panda
quite
just needs anything. Doesn't even have to reachy. If
The nice thing about Red Panda Sand is I believe this can be pawned for Tempai. Yeah, it can be pawned for Tempai, either the 8-pin or the 5-pin. That's 5-1.
yes, that is a very interesting shape. Works out very well for him. But still hasn't found it yet. We might
What's it gonna be? Running out of time here. Third row. Is he actually gonna be Tempai at the end? Does need to be Tempai in order to continue. Get another
Yes.
shot here.
A lot of tiles flying around, none of them really
There it is.
having any
Tempai for
impact.
Bobrick.
Okay, here we
Nick
go.
Marici. There's one Forso left, one South left. Where are they?
Really kind of
Running out of
relying on the
tiles.
south here, or maybe even Ipatsu, right? Ipatsu would probably do. I guess.
No Ipatsu.
Yeah, sumoing on the 4. Maybe reach sumo 1 Dora. I mean, you can
That's
get
still
Ura.
4,000.
I think Bobrick would have to just hope for Ura. Reach sumo 1 Dora and hope for Ura. Because it wouldn't do it on its own.
I believe Ricci South Dora off of someone else is also not enough. It's enough for first, but not quite for the 5-point advantage.
It would have to be directly off Red Panda.
Act needs Tempai.
Oh,
there's no
doesn't
Tempai!
find it. Are we gonna end with nobody winning? That's
Is
how
that
it's
going to
gonna
be
be.
the end?
脳天だわ
It's
That's
a
it, South
washout.
4. Oh my god, it's a tie between Bobrick and Red Panda.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Bobrick is going to get the. Yeah, Bobrick does get the Uma for this, and gets the extra Reachy stick back, because I suppose that's how it's being ruled. The first place player gets the extra Reachy stick, but a 1 Reachy stick, as you mentioned, is not 5,000 points. It's only 1,000 points. So we will go to the cards to make sure, but Bobrick coming in first here, plus 23. Red Panda getting plus 12 in that game. Viac not being able to find Tempai on their last dealer turn, minus 10.6. And Paradigm not finding the Akuman at minus 24.4. That is how our game 3 ends. That's how it washes out. And with a draw at the very end. So many chances that were so very close. Oh, they really were almost there. But
Wow. So the players battled through. 100 players were chosen, and the top 16 rose up to the top. And out of those top 16, Red Panda, Bobrick, and Viact, and Paradigm all got there in the end. And who's it going to be our champion of the Catfood Bowl Minor Sweet Wonders?
all right, drum roll please. Brrrr. The results are here. Indeed, Red Panda comes out with the victory. Plus 68.62. Congratulations to our champion of the Catfood Bowl. Hashtag Sweet Wonders. Red Panda. Bobrick.
Congratulations, Red Panda.
Bobrick coming through in second place, plus 64.62. Viact in third with plus 37.37. And Paradigm with minus 78.13 will be our fourth place player. Congratulations, everybody. Woo!
Wow, it was such a close game at the very end. Aubrek getting down by reaching. Not quite finding the win that he needed. That's going to be it. Red Panda, congratulations on getting that first place. Now I believe we will be going into an interview with our winner in just a little bit. We'll be talking with Red Panda, exclusively seeing how it felt to play in those matches. Especially, you know, right there in South 3, winning that huge Mangan, Ipatsu. And soon, guys, we do still have, believe it or not, some more excitement for you guys. As we ready up the interview with Red Panda, our champion for the Catfood Bowl Minor, hashtag Sweet Wonders. A round of applause for Red Panda. A lot of cheering for Red Panda. Everyone tried so hard, and they are champions of their own for getting into the top 4, battling through all of those games, getting that top 16 score, and then, you know, playing in those impressive stuff. An amazing play from all the players.
All right. Well, do we have a Red Panda on the line?
Hello.
Hello.
Red Panda. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hello, Red Panda. Welcome to the stream. Congratulations on winning the Catfood Bowl Minor, hashtag Sweet Wonders.
Thank you.
You took the first place. It was so close. Everyone is so neck and neck going into that third game. How does it feel to win the Catfood Bowl Minor, hashtag Sweet Wonders, Red Panda?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Yeah, actually, I guess the most exciting moment for me was actually the first game when I did that 5-so chi for Sanchoku. But yeah, it was it's pretty fun. I got pretty lucky that I ended up doing it.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was a crazy moment. I think you had the mixed triple sequence with some red 5s. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think I had I needed 2K to take first, and I called for Sanchoku plus Wandora.
Yeah, that was awesome. So what do you think was the moment, like the turning point when you saw that, like, oh my god, I'm actually going to win?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was clearly just the Ipatsumo in the last game that kind of sealed it, and I think after that win, I had effectively a 9K lead over Bob, which I needed to maintain, and yeah, luckily that worked out.
Yeah, it did work out. Do you have, like, what was your favorite hand from the tournament?
Yeah, I guess I answered this earlier, but it was the Sanchoku call. One of my good Mahjong friends, Psycho Freak, is a big fan of those types of calls where you like call from a completed shape.
Yesterday we also saw the incredible Baimon Under the Sea. That was quite amazing. Finding the last the last 5-pin, and you know, and the last tile was just enough for the Baimon for the comeback.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
So this is it. Congratulations on winning the Catfood Bowl Minor Sweet Wonders. Is there anything else that you would like to say to all the people who are watching, all the people who cheered you on?
Yeah. So I guess you guys asked me for a slogan, and the slogan I chose was "Year of a Snake," which is the Lunar New Year coming up. And yeah, so that's partially a shout out to Snake Shack, which is a Discord server founded by Navitas, Hugh, and myself to study Mahjong AI, which includes Naga, which is a snake AI.
Mm.
So shout out to that server. We also had Light Pink Yoshi, Chun Man, and Buckets in top 16 of his tourney. So a really,
Yeah, a
really
lot of
fun
really
time.
really strong players. So I guess you're all from the same group of players who use AI to study mahjong. Is that correct?
Yeah, really, really cool to see all of us in top 16, and I'm glad I could take it home for the server.
That's awesome. So yeah, I guess you're giving a shout out to your friends over at the Snake Shack. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. So congratulations to you, and I guess you're taking the trophy home for the Snake Shack. Congratulations! You received your prizes in game. The amazing, beautiful title, the $300 Amazon e-gift card, a lots of jade, and the fortune charm, and I believe some in real life merch in the acrylic stand. So it's awesome.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks for hosting the tournament.
All right, well, there
So
you
here we
have
have the final results of the 3 games of today, and also, you know, of the whole tournament, the podium. Congratulations to all who made it here.
Woo! Red Panda in first, Bobrick second, Viact in third, and Paradigm in fourth. All of our top 4 who participated today have done an amazing job. And if you are still with us, we'd like to thank you, viewers, for doing an amazing job. Cheering on your favorite players, giving us the support to move forward, and supporting the Mahjong community here at Yostar, Catfood Studios, our Reach Mahjong of New York stream team, with the final lucky draw of the tournament. Test your luck, your last chance to win a 30-day fortune charm. Woo! Now,
All right.
we know our winner is Red Panda, but we want to see who has the best cheer for Red Panda. Who can send the best congratulations, the best Lunar New Year blessing to Red Panda, as well as all the other contestants from the top 100 all the way to the champion. Let's see who's got the best congratulations in the chat. One lucky Janchi will be drawn for a 30-day fortune charm. Of course, contact us by email if you're the lucky winner, mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your YouTube ID. That's the @ your name on YouTube, as well as your Mahjong Soul ID. That is, if you go to your friends list, it's the numbers where it says your ID.
Awesome.
Woo.
Congratulations, Red Panda. Congratulations, all finalists, the top 16 who made it here. You're all top of the top for the Mahjong Soul players.
Yeah.
Saw some amazing play today. And, you know, the other days of the tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed the incredible Mahjong. Don't forget to subscribe to the official Mahjong Soul YouTube channel and like the stream so we know that we're doing a good job if you guys have enjoyed the Mahjong that you saw today. And if you're looking forward for more Mahjong Soul related content and more tournaments like these.
I'm thinking pretty hard about that Year of the Snake quote. We saw it in the original top 4 highlights. We saw the mention to the Snake Shack. And of course, the Lunar New Year coming up is the Year of the Snake. You know, snake skin can be pretty valuable. So, let us hope your Mahjong is as slippery as a snake. You avoid the deal-ins, and you strike as quickly as a cobra when you're ready to win. Woo!
Woo.
That being said, I think we do have a quick response. I hope you all got your answers in quickly because we are drawing very quickly. It's been a late night. We've got Mashi. Congratulations, Mashi. Mashii. Mashi says, Red Panda. But way too smart to be a panda. So congratulations.
That's a very smart panda, it's true.
It's a very smart panda. You've won a fortune charm contact us by email mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your YouTube ID, Mashi, as well as your friend ID. Your Mahjong Soul ID from the friends list, all those numbers there.
Awesome.
Ooh. Now,
Congratulations,
being said-
Mashi, for winning.
we are coming up to the end of our stream. Our players have done their part. Our viewers have done their part, taking part, cheering. And so we would like to thank everybody here. Whew. We've also got our backroom staff as well as our front of room staff to thank. We've got our executive producer, Luke Morgan, new pro of the Saikoisen Japan Pro Mahjong Association. Congratulations to Luke on his accomplishment there. And thanks for all his hard work, both preparing for and taking that test, and also preparing a lot of the assets for this stream at the same time. Of course, I am your host and MC producer here, Tips and Tricks. And if we have all of our streaming staff here up to the mic, one by one, we've got Irie, of course.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary. And look forward to the highlight reel that will be coming for this tournament on the official Mahjong Soul YouTube channel, where you'll be hearing me telling you the greatest moments of this tournament.
We've got our newbie first Catfood Bowl, but not her first commentating experience, Ichigo.
Hello, everyone, and I'm so excited to have had this opportunity and to be a part of this wonderful event. I hope you enjoyed my commentary, and I hope to see you all soon on another event.
And last but definitely not least, our opener for the first day, as well as showing up here on the finals, Tenhote.
Well, thank you so much to Yostar for the opportunity. Much love. And to everybody out there, share Mahjong with your friends, get more people involved, and let's build this community because it's so great, as we saw here today.
Of course, this amazing streaming crew has done a great job, and it's been wonderful to commentate and stream alongside them. We also have the pets that give everyone joy: Ridley, Jack, Roger, Charlie, Sunny, Winston, Ray, Bishop, Giles, Kiki, Yuffie, Jake, Donnie, Finn, the car that, I think that's the cat that used to live at Konada's, Nui, Lucy, Pietra, Yuma, Nemo, Hazel, Sausage, Dusty, Digger, Katya, Kotiak, Deuce, Tips and Fish, Hazelnut, Samson, Ezekiel, Funny Pet, Night Market, Cat, Leia, Luke, Ren, Chico, Candy, Frodo, Hendrix, Winnie, Hachi, Sachi, Jam. Woo! And special thanks to Catfood Studios for developing this wonderful game, Yostar for producing and helping organize this tournament, and you listening to me right now on YouTube, on the Mahjong Soul official site, wherever you may be. Special thanks to you as well. It's been another wonderful event. We've had some great games. We've had some great times overall. And from all of us here at Reach Mahjong of New York and Yostar Games, good game and good night. Just one more thing, don't forget to follow our official channels for the latest content releases on X at Mahjong Soul _EN, at Facebook at Mahjong Soul EN, and Discord, chat with the community, discord.gg/Mahjong Soul. Bye bye everyone.